Good evening, everyone. This is the Global Esports Game 2021 Singapore Open Qualifiers, and we're still in the EU region. Yesterday was day one. Today we continue the fight, at least to see which team will make it out of groups. I am Husky, of course, joined by the one and only Danok. My friend, how are you feeling on this beautiful Saturday?
It is a beautiful Saturday, even more beautiful considering I was finally able to go out and get a haircut. I was not looking good in the previous ones, but restrictions here, they're easing a little bit, and I took immediate advantage. And I'm keen to see some Dota. We've got 5 great games coming up from a lot of different regions, or sorry, the European region, but a lot of different countries within the region. You've got your Western European, your Eastern European, even heading down towards the Middle East sort of regions as well. So I'm keen to see how these teams are going to be able to duke it out.
Yeah, and it's glad to hear that the restrictions over in Australia are not as tight. I think for us in Malaysia, things are getting better. We can go out and eat. We can also get a haircut. My brother got his haircut I think a few days ago, but I know for me I decided to roll with it. It's been a year since I got my hair
Looks good.
sorted out. Thank you. This is the longest I've ever been, and I think I'm starting to get used to it after so long. Yesterday we saw teams from Iran, Uzbekistan, Moldova, Syria, Georgia, Czech Republic, Great Britain, and even Hungary duking it out. I think the one that most of us look forward to the most is, of course, Great Britain. Right, you have T Governor playing. They went 1-1 against Iran, which is probably a big surprise. But for the first series, we will see them take on Uzbekistan, which yesterday I believe tied their series against Iran as well. So something very interesting to look forward to.
They also went 1-1 against Saudi Arabia as well, the Brits. So they definitely do need to get a 2-0 on the board essentially, because right now they're sitting kind of in the middle of the pack there. Saudi Arabia having some very good results, getting 1-2-0 and then 2-1-1. So I would say that Great Britain, with this series against Uzbekistan, they're going to need to 2-0 it if they're going to have. Well, I think they might actually guarantee themselves moving on in one of those top 2 positions there if they do get that. So it's a really important one. Not just T Governor, of course. You've also got Tanner, who has had a little bit of top level experience as well. I think he played with NIP a little bit, and he's always been up there as the one of the best people to come out of the UK region.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of looking at some of the stats from yesterday. I believe we have had one spirit breaker game yesterday. Didn't come up from Great Britain though. It came out on Uzbekistan, if I'm not mistaken, in their first game against Iran, and that was a loss. They played this mid spirit breaker, if I'm not mistaken. So taking a bit of inspiration from Xiao, but not really working out. We are still waiting for, I believe, Uzbekistan to uh, bring in the whole
Just
squad
get
into
into
the
the
lobby.
lobby.
Yeah, and
Yep.
Great
I
Britain,
mean,
they're
can you
ready.
imagine what if they like you mentioned Xiao Wei, of course, playing it from the mid lane, but T Governor is a big advocate of Spirit Breaker. It's his favorite
Yeah,
hero. He's constantly playing it in pubs, and so can you imagine if they get Spirit Breaker and lose? That would just be. I mean, he would know better than anyone how to beat it, I'm sure. But it might be something that we see have a little bit more prominence with the picks and the bans. Might even have to go for a block pick there.
yeah. They have not picked it, which is probably the most interesting part. I think the game we got to watch for Great Britain was they were playing against Iran, I believe, yesterday, and it was a game that I think both me and Pogler found pretty interesting because we felt like Great Britain they had a huge lead in that game, and they kind of dropped the ball against a super greedy draft from Iran. But with that being said, for those just joined the broadcast and you have no idea what GEG is, Globe Esports Game is basically kind of the Olympics of Dota 2, Olympics of video games. We don't just have Dota 2. Of course, we also have Dota 2 for women. Specifically, we have eFootball PES 2021 with Street Fighter 5. And of course, this is kind of a flagship event for the Global Esports Federation and a culmination of just, nationalism than I would say video games. So players they fight for the pride of their nation instead of just being under a team.
And also, it's obviously in Singapore this December, I believe December 17th to 19th this year. So that should be exciting for all the teams that do qualify to be able to go for it. From the Asian region, we've already got Mongolia going over there with the Little Gun Squad, which is very exciting. But also, later on today on the stream, we're going to be covering Turkey, and they're actually the host nation of the next GEG global tournament. So I'm sure they're going to be, hoping to try and cement themselves a spot there at the very end and be able to give themselves that nice little springboard to be able to come into next year's iteration of the event. And then after that, it's going to be going to Saudi Arabia, I believe, who have already put some pretty decent results on the board as well.
Yeah, so far all our host countries, Singapore is not playing in this region, but all of the future host countries, they've definitely showed decent results in this qualifiers already. But of course, for the finals or for the main event in Singapore, it's going to be happening at, I believe, Sentosa Resort. And it's not just video games. You don't just get to see Dota 2. There's also the GEF Festival and the GF Con, kind of a global convention for thought leaders, and it also includes art, culture, music, technology, fashion, food, and everything else from across the world. So I think this is definitely a good melting pot to bring people together,
Mm.
whether they like games or they just like art and music from across the world. It's been
I mean,
too long.
Sentosa in general is just like a resort. Would you even call it a town or like a district, a region? It's like an island, right? I'm not completely up with my Singaporean knowledge, but I know it's like the place that people go to really kick back, relax, and have fun. There's lots
Yeah.
lots of theme parks. There's water parks, which I was initially thinking, okay, so it's going to be in December. Is it going to be a good weather for a theme park? But it's Singapore. It's always hot. It's always humid. So it's going to be great to be able to get in the water and have some fun as well.
It is a resort. I haven't been able to visit that, unfortunately. But in this area, Singapore, Malaysia, all we have is sun. Occasional monsoon season during September. I think September to October, but that's pretty much it. We always enjoy sunlight.
Very, very fun. That's the one of the perks of being basically on the equator, just
Yeah.
always being able to have those really long days. So that's fun and exciting. And for a lot of these other people, like some of these players that are playing in this, of course, they're playing for their national pride, which is one of the big things. But for a lot of them, they might not have been able to travel for an international event before. So you think about all these players at the very top of their games. Congrats again to Team Spirit for being able to take out the win at TI. But you think about some of the other regions that might be playing from places pretty close to where Team Spirit is from. Azerbaijan, for example, I would highly doubt if any of those players have been able to travel internationally for a Dota tournament before. So I'm keen to see if they're able to, put the results on the board. Of course, you still have to earn it, but it's a really good reward for those teams that are able to get through to the end.
And it's also great to see some of these nations play in general, right? Regardless of the results. I think last time we saw us, at least the last time I saw Azerbaijan was IESF, I think 2019. They didn't make it through the groups, if I'm not mistaken, but it's refreshing to see, these nations produce players of high caliber on their own as well. Some of the regions, they don't really get much opportunities to play outside or play with other players, so it's good, and I'm looking forward to see what Azerbaijan has to offer. I believe we will cover the entire best of two later on against Turkey towards the end of this evening. But let's talk about the meta so far in
Yeah,
the open
I was about
qualifiers
to
for
ask
EU.
you. I was about to ask you. So from yesterday, it's the first few competitive games. I know there are a few Southeast Asian tournaments going on at the moment, but after TI, I didn't get a chance to watch yesterday's games. But is it anything like my pubs? Are we just seeing constant Magnus, constant Weaver, constant Tiny, or is it? Are they trying something a little different?
Right, so the games, at least on broadcast yesterday, we only got one Magnus game. Magnus was almost perma-ban. Tiny was perma-ban for sure. No one got to play Tiny. I think Io was also on the ban list. I think we were is probably that one hero that gets picked the most. But there were also some unorthodox picks. I think Keeper of the Light was picked once. We had we had Medusa. Of course, more Shakers showed up every once in a while. Monkey King seems to be pretty popular for all of these guys. I think Disruptor was picked once, and that was by Great Britain. I think T Governor was the one that picked Disruptor.
It's
That's
it's one of
pretty
those
much.
metas where I feel like I wish in my pubs I had like 8 bans because there are just so many busted heroes and you don't want one of them to slip through. And if they do, you pray that your team has it. But that's all pick, right? You can't
Yeah.
control what the rest of your team does. It's very different in captain's mode. And of course, T-Gup, having attended TI himself as an analyst, he's going to be having his finger right there on the pulse to be able to say, right, we're not letting this through. We can let them have that because we can at least counter it with this, you know? So
Yeah.
I'm keen to see what's able to come through at the end of the day. But it is anyone's game, you know. I feel like the meta is primed to be exploited a little bit here, at least until we get that first big patch after TI.
Is there anything that you're looking forward to for the post TI patch? Marcy is coming in fall, but anything in particular that you wish that Ice Frog would just completely like, remove or buff up in your game for your games?
Um, See, I feel like Weaver is just a scourge. Like he is so hard to lane against. I'm a position 5 main, and he always seems to be able to bully me out of lane. No matter what I do, you just cannot trade against this stupid bug. So I'm keen to see Weaver get a little bit of a nerf, even if it's just to like his cooldown or his damage at level 1. I think that'd be a pretty big deal. Monkey King, I think it's stupid how you can constantly be jumping around in trees. Like if you take damage when you're in the trees, you shouldn't be able to jump again. It should put you on a little mini cooldown, kind of like Blink Dagger. What else? Magnus, I feel like you should be able to, like, if you get stunned mid skewer, you should stop. I think that's a pretty easy one. Tiny, just nerf him across the board, to be honest. So there's a lot of like somewhat easy stuff that you could look to get through there. But I think, yeah, just the very busted stuff is it's going to have to go. I honestly don't even think IO is that bad, to be honest. I feel like, of course, it does get banned a lot, but it's not one of those things that can just win you a game outright, like a Tiny can or a Magnus can.
Yeah, I think the Magnus one is probably the easiest hero to solve. I agree. It's pretty dumb that you can keep moving if while stunned during skewer. But Poglet he's a huge advocate for Tiny to get reverted back to the blink avalanche toss. He felt that tree grab is way too much. He thinks Ice Frog giving Tiny tree grab makes Tiny a dumb hero. Would you prefer a Tiny that can hold a Christmas tree in a fight, or do you want the craggy exterior Tiny back?
I think Craggy was kind of crap, to be honest. So probably not. I'm always a fan of, and it's not like this TI with the meta. Like, how many heroes weren't picked? I think it was only like 6 or 7. It wasn't that much. So I feel like it's fine. You just need to kind of bring the heroes at the very top back to the pack because, like, the big thing that I noticed during TI is I still feel like second pick is a lot stronger. Just in terms of what you're able to respond to, the fact that you have the last overall pick of the entire draft, the last pick of the second phase as well, so you can immediately ban out the big counters to it. But at the end of TI, I believe it was first pick that actually was a lot more popular because by that time the meta had kind of been solved, if you will. And so like one of these busted heroes had to slip through, right? Like if Mag and Tiny and Io and Bane were banned, then you can get a Monkey King, you can get a Weaver, you can get a Lycan, one of these things that you just want that the enemy team cannot have because there's not enough bans to do so.
Yeah, and we just got a slight update from the admin side. So unfortunately, we're kind of still waiting for Uzbekistan to show up to their match against Great Britain. But we will be covering another series while this is getting resolved. It's going to be Montenegro against Czech Republic. So yesterday, Czech Republic, we did manage to see them play one game on broadcast against Georgia. Unfortunately, they lost both the games, and Georgia went on to win. Close out day one in the 4-0 score. Czech Republic, they only got to play one best of two. This is their second, and they definitely need that win to kind of keep themselves in the running for this group stage.
Yeah, for sure. It is one of those things where it's like, it's not only just what wins you're able to get, it's also kind of like what wins you're able to deny the other team from having, which, I call it like a 2-point game, right? It's a point for
Yeah.
you and it's a point that they're not getting.
Yeah, and I think for Czech Republic, one of the matches that we saw yesterday, the problem was that they got completely outclassed by Georgia. So perhaps that probably isn't the best indicator of how much more they could offer. But this is going to be the first time we see Montenegro compete at least live. I don't think they played any games yesterday. This is kind of a fresh slate for these two teams. Yeah, Montenegro, they play against Georgia. They also lost 0-2. So now it's kind of like the fight for second place, right? Whoever wins this series is going to have a good chance of still staying in the groups.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So, like you mentioned, I believe it is going to be Montenegro versus the Czech Republic that we're covering. We'll be covering both of their games, I believe,
Yeah.
and they've already done the draft, so they were kind enough to remake the game for us. So we're going to be able to jump right on in as they pick their heroes. We've also I'm just having a look at what the draft was here because we might be able to just like get right bang underway. We won't be able to do any sort of draft analysis. So on I'm not sure which side is which. Let me see if I can.
The Dyer is Czech Republic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dyer has Anti-Mage as the carry. I assume Dawnbreaker mid. Sand King is the position 3. Phoenix position 4 and Bane position 5. Not bad. It's very healing intensive. I'm a little worried about how they're going to pressure towers at all in the early game though. And then on the Radiant side, you've got Ursa, Timbersaw, Earthshaker, Snapfire, and Rubik. So is this a mid Snapfire? It could very well be.
Or a mid Timbersaw. There's a possibility, right? For
Yeah,
though not.
potentially against
Yeah.
a Dawnbreaker or a Sand King. I think it's totally fine.
Yeah, if I'm not, this should be a Dawnbreaker mid. Yeah, Hoshka, yeah, that guy is the mid player for Czech Republic. Yeah, this is going to be the draft. Of course, we are going to just do it in all picks since these players they've already picked and banned their heroes previously. So we just remake the lobby so we can put it on broadcast. Like you said, like you said, Danok, we have on the Raiden side is Montenegro. They have the Ursa, of course, Timber, Shaker. Snapfire, the Rubik into this anti-mage and a Dawnbreaker, Sand King, Phoenix Bane. What are we looking at here for these two teams? Did you feel like for Czech Republic they kind of need a bit extra time just because they're running this anti-mage, or the other four members could don't have some impact on the game while the anti-mage is trying to farm up?
Well, I am peak anti-mage hater right now. I just feel like he's a hero that does absolutely nothing for about 25 minutes in the game. And if you're going up against this lineup, which has, a Timbersaw, an Ursa, these heroes that really like to get super aggressive early on, Timbersaw is probably going to take 2, maybe 3 of your towers on his own in that time. And Ursa is one of these heroes that, if you get aggressive and you do very well on it, you can get Roshan. You can probably get a second Roshan by that point that an anti-mage actually wants to come and fight. So I'm a bigger fan of the Montenegro draft than the Czech Republic one. Even though the Czech Republic team fight is fine, I feel like they're so heavily based around longer cooldown abilities that I just don't like it.
So we're getting a Timbersaw mid and a Shaker tree, and Shaker has been super popular, right, in that position 3 position compared to a support. And most of the times we see the Shaker pair up with the Morphling, but
Oh.
right now,
Sorry, they're smoking in the. Yeah, it popped because of the anti-mage just walking nearby. He's trying to do a bit of a sneaky swipe of the rune. Luckily enough, he hasn't skilled anything just yet, so if they back up and look to find him, as they might do so, he'll be able to level up the blink and get out. Doesn't even need to, actually.
All the smoke. So he did his team a favor for sure. But what makes this Shaker tree such a prominent pick right now compared to a support?
I feel like as a support, it falls into the same sort of issue that I was just highlighting, right? It feels like you just do nothing if your Echo Slam is off cooldown. And, at least as a position 3, you're going to have a decent amount of farm. You're going to be able to put a bit more harass in. You'll get an earlier Blink Dagger. You'll be able to, blink in, get an enchant totem onto someone. Don't think they'll be able to get any kills just yet, but yeah, it just feels like you're able to get so much more active. And they're actually switching these lanes up a little bit here. So the Ursa, they want to lane into the anti-mage, which I don't hate. It's one of those heroes that doesn't actually need mana to be able to be very strong in the laning phase. Compare that with an Earthshaker, especially a core Earthshaker, he needs the mana for his enchant totem. And I wonder if
And
the Rubik might even just stay out of lane for a little bit, let him hit up onto that level 2, and have that enchant totem ready for when Sand King looks to join him.
looks pretty deadly, right? You have the Snapfire Gizmo did level up the Little Shatter for level 1, so the armor reduction early on was able to really poke this anti-mage out, forcing a couple of regens to be expended. And it feels like for Montenegro's side, at least this top lane feels like they have this pressure on the anti-mage from the get-go.
Yeah, for sure. Dawnbreaker is going to be in the mid lane against the Timbersaw. Has to be a little careful as he's this early on. You know, can't be standing inside that Celestial Hammer path. He was dropping a fair bit low and doesn't have any points in the reactive armor just yet. Obviously wanting, against a strength hero, to be spamming out that Whirling Death as much as possible.
And I mean, he's brought down super low. It's going to hit level 3 after this wave, so he should have that 1 point in reactive armor. But not a bad opening for this Dawnbringer for sure. But do you think that as these two mid laners gain level, this Timbersaw is going to have an easier time, or does the Dawnbreaker will still be able to kind of have the same amount of pressure on this Timbersaw?
I think Timber will be fine. I was a little like, he leveled up the Timber Chain because he probably would have died if he didn't, just to be able to get out of that fight. But it's pretty rare that you'll have a Timber Chain that has Whirling Death and Timber Chain leveled up at level 2, right? Because you don't exactly have the biggest mana pool, and these are spells that you want to be spamming up a little bit. So, you know, of course, once you pick up the Soul Ring, it makes a lot more sense, but until then, it feels like you're a little bit more vulnerable. Luckily enough for him, though, he's got that Soul Ring coming out on the courier right now.
It's going to make his lane slightly more bearable. Of course, level 1 in reactive armor. The supports in the bot lane, both Phoenix and Rubik really duking it out. This is kind of the first few times we see both post force in the same lane because of that lane swap. But Rubik, we don't see much Rubik at TI unless there's a Magnus, right? So, what is Rubik's role in the meta nowadays?
I mean, I feel like he's just not picked too much because his laning phase isn't the strongest. Like, if you've got something where you're able to, I don't know, set up into some other kind of stun, let's say a Mars, I feel like it's alright. But in this lane, like, I suppose you could set up into a Fisher or an Enchant Totem, but you're not going to put anywhere near as much pressure on when compared with something like a Phoenix, who's able to put a lot of his harass on from afar. So I feel like his main role this game is probably going to be to steal the Burrow Strike from the Sand King. He wants to provide them with a little bit of extra team fight, which it's not like they're lacking it, but it feels like you can just overwhelm the Czech Republic's lineup if you've got that additional layer of lockdown, especially when you've got an Ursa on your team.
And we see for the Timbersaw, you know, he opting to go for the Soul Ring and a no bottle. Of course, this Dawnbringer has one, but is this no bottle thing beneficial for the Timbersaw? I know it allows him to kind of rush that arcane boost, but do you think it's going to come and bite him in the back later on, or no? He's just fine without the bottle.
I think Timbersaw is probably one of the few heroes that can get away with this. The only other one that you really see is like a Kunkka or maybe a Huskar or something like that. Not that Huskar is really common right now. But with Timbersaw, at least you've got the reactive armor, right? You've got the regen coming through from that. And with the Soul Ring, you trade your health for mana. So it kind of acts in a similar sort of way. You're still going to be bottling up those, just grabbing those water runes.
And it's going to be the first play in the top lane. You have Cool Daddy on the Ursa taking it. Of course, this anti-mage wants some return. 3 more seconds until the blink comes back up. Gizmo, yeah, tries to be a bit too fancy with that footwork. Does lose his life. But first blood nonetheless for the Ursa. Montenegro getting a better trade off of that.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he didn't just keep running on the Snapfire, right? Like, if he did, then you might have forced him to use another charge of the Blink. He wouldn't have been able to get back to the lane quite as quickly. It would have meant that he missed out on some last hits. Cool Daddy immediately went into denying as much of that wave as he could on the Ursa, and he even had a Fairy Fire available on Gizmo there. So I think, while it was good that they were able to get the first blood, it was a little bit of a misplay that might allow the Anti-Mage to still have a pretty good time in this lane.
Even for the network, I mean, the anti-mage keeping up with the Ursa, obviously Hemi is just trying to push this Snapfire out of the lane. He has to bring off health. That's going to give them the extra regen and to stay in lane. And of course, we know this anti-mage is going to go into the jungle once you know he gets close to that Battle Fury, or just give it a couple of minutes. But Ursa nowadays don't really go for the Battle Fury. So
Dawnbreaker already using the ultimate on the bottom side of the map, looking to try and make some early magic happen, but not going to do it. Only 5.5 minutes that they were able to get it though, which is kind of nice.
yeah, they get the Timber Saw in,
Low on
they
mana on
lift up the
Timber.
Phoenix. Can eat the mango.
Dive
Cross Fate
into-
Bolt, Rolling Death Chakra, enough. So this first rotation for the Timber, it does work out. Cross top once more, Cool Daddy with another kill on that Bane. So 2 kills on the Ursa in the top lane already.
This is one thing that Dawnbreaker is great at doing. You know, you're able to get a lot of farm out of the laning stage because you're very self-sustainable with the Luminosity. You're always going to be able to secure range creeps through the use of the Celestial Hammer, and you're very tanky. You know, you're a strength hero, so obviously you're going to luck out and grab that Haste Rune. But, you know, the early rotation didn't work out quite as well for them because he was diving right underneath the Tier 1 tower. They had that extra armor, which provided them with a lot of help. But the big challenge comes after this, you know? Like, he's looking to make a rotation top because he's got a lot of net worth and he wants to make good use out of it. But Dawnbreaker does kind of fall off when compared to some of these other heroes as, well, speaking of making something work, they're going to try and make a play onto Snap.
Yeah, and of course, the setup with the Nightmare is enough. A good Starbreaker. Now, Ursa has nowhere to go, no mana to work with. This Haste Rune on Hoshka is super deadly. They do bring in Desper on the Rubik, so the Fate Bolt is going to push this Dawnbreaker away. Cool Daddy does have a bit of extra regen, but still ends up going down to the Bane. And 3 members on the side of the Czech Republic going on to Desper. They get the Mana Void out. So 3 quick kills for Czech Republic in the top lane.
Nicely done. At least this time around, the Timbersaw didn't really deem it worthy to look to join in the rest of his team. But he's looking to get something out of it, right? The mid lane, it's pushing in. The tower is already down at half HP. He's actually even cutting the wave to make sure that the entire Radiant Creep wave goes underneath that, even picks himself up a kill. So nicely done by Prudizak there on Timbersaw.
Yeah, oh, meanwhile, Hoshka, he gets a kill in the bot lane. He was just top. Now he's bot. That was the epicenter from the Sand King as well. And expended for the Shaker kill.
Plus the Solar Guardian as well. So
yeah,
at least he used 2 ultimates to get that trade, and again, mid lane was still kind of pushing in. You can see Prudizak, he's opened up about half a level lead over the Dawnbreaker, which is kind of nice. But you know, this is exactly what the lineup needed to do. It needs to get kills, and it needs to get early tower pressure happening, and that's one of the things that Timbersaw is the absolute best at in the game.
Oh, the fissure block kind of out of position, but the Timber Chain will bring Prudizak close to Hoshka. There is a Celestial Hammer, Echo slamming Gentolent, keeping it in place. The Timber Chain just a bit too late, and Hoshka once more gets away. So with a slither of health. For Czech Republic, even though they're getting these kills across the map, it feels like for Montenegro, they don't mind too much, right? You get the mid-tier 1, you get a bit more map control, and it really just helps you against the anti-mage who wants to jungle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Timbersaw and Ursa are having fine games. We'll have to be a little bit careful here. There's not really any follow-up for the Bane as he looks to TP in, and Anti-Mage, he's getting a lot more out of this map than I was kind of expecting him to. A couple of early kills. Is he going to be able to get the deny here on this Bane? He's going to attempt it. You have to be careful about waiting too long.
Yeah, and Prudizak, he is just having his way with this mid lane. You know, only making 1 rotation so far, and he has not budged ever since then. It's not like for the side of Czech Republic, it's gonna take a lot of effort to kill this Timbersaw, especially when he is going for the Use Scepter directly. So kind of skipping the hood, doesn't think that he needs that extra magic resist. For Czech Republic, they are probably gonna send this anti-mage into the jungle pretty soon. He's not clearing that mid wave. Bottom, you have Cool Daddy running at the Sand King. Obviously, for this Ursa, he kind of... Do you want to look to play aggressive as this Ursa since you don't build into that Battle Fury, so you can't really like flash farm and keep up with the anti-mage?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you need to be doing right now. Like, it's always hard to be able to lane into a Sand King as well, right? Because as a melee hero, you're always going to be very nicely done.
Lift up is transfer the Nightmare. Of course, they want to chase down Loki, and they do get the kill with the little Shredder. So Snapfire makes her way to the bot lane. Hoshka, he was there. Didn't use the Solar Guardian. Felt like, you know, it's not worth using it. Meanwhile, the Timbersaw diving this Phoenix in the top lane once more. No egg available yet. This Phoenix still needs a bit more XP. 30% more to make it to level 6. I guess for Czech Republic now is more of just making space for the anti-mage.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, like losing the mid tower, oftentimes people see it as like this horrible thing that you can never let happen. But it does mean that there's not really an objective now for Montenegro to take in the mid lane.
Ooh.
So rather than going to the jungle, oh,
So La Guardian,
lane.
you get the epicenter out. Cool Daddy with the enrage. They have the one of his kisses, but the grip's gonna hold this Ursa in place. Of course, Gizmo doesn't have enough damage with those kisses. That's 2 quick kills for the side of Czech Republic. Good rotation from Paloki as well. So this is the catapult wave, so they could definitely do some serious damage to the bot tier 1. And Hemi hasn't found a need to start jungling just yet. He is having all these free lanes of resources. I mean, Sanity Eclipse, he's gonna try to push this anti-mage away, but it doesn't seem like Hemi cares too much.
No, he doesn't at all. I mean, top tower was also denied by the Phoenix, so half the gold there going to both sides, which is a nice little bonus. And yeah, I mean, it just highlights again, Rubik, he's 0-2, I believe, at the moment. Not having the greatest presence on the map when you compare that with something like, you know, the Phoenix, who's able to defend towers from a lot more safety, or a Bane who's able to set up for multiple kills. Right now, he's really emphasizing the damage, although, oh, that's a nice kill.
Huh? 4 guys to the bot lane, and I'm surprised. I mean, the Bane saw the rotation, but the Sand King decided that, he's just gonna take the wave and give up his life. Though, Dire, they were still able to take out the bot tier 1, so I guess that's not too bad for them. At the end of the day, this anti-mage is probably having a way better game than we would have expected.
I think so. I think it just comes down to how they were able to play the lanes, and I feel like Montenegro have a much stronger early game when compared to the Czech Republic. But despite that, you know, you've got Phoenix that's level 7. He's finished up a full earn for himself. He's only got the 1 point in the Sunray right now, but that's definitely what they need to funnel levels into if you're going to want to try and take out this Timbersaw in particular.
There is a support gang squad. Nightmare, Paloki sleeps himself. He does get dusted up, so in this rune, it's not going to keep him safe. In fact, the fissure blocked just to make sure that he goes down. So Montenegro seems like they have the intention to take out this bot tier 1. In fact, the egg used by Seni, there's no egg hitters on the side of Montenegro, but they can just run away. So this Supernova not really stunning anyone. In fact, Desper looking to steal that Supernova, but he's going to be stunned by the Burrow Strider. Good stolen Nightmare to keep himself safe for a bit. The Fissure to follow up. Desper still goes down, able to channel the epicenter before he dies, but doesn't make too much difference. Czech Republic still able to get the kill. Now they follow it up on the Snapfire. Gizmo uses the cookie to try and gain some distance, but the Fire Spirits from Seni will give him a double kill.
Yeah, it just feels like the Czech Republic teamfight is far superior to Montenegro's right now. You know, you have to think about that. It was a nice steal on the Nightmare, but the fact that they committed so much onto a Rubik and you still weren't able to turn things around was kind of surprising, you know? It felt like they were in 2 minds about what to do. It was a prime spot, I felt, for the Snapfire to start laying out those Mortimer's Kisses while they were trying to focus down the Rubik.
Yeah, Snapfire probably felt like it wasn't really worth it, but we get the use completed on this Timber Saw. So is it safe to say that now this Timber is kind of the focal point of Montenegro's lineup? That he has to be the one making the moves alongside this Rubik, or is there something else that Montenegro is waiting for? Because it feels like this anti-mage, he's ramping up that farm. He's getting his Battle Fury in a bit. So Czech Republic, they will just keep accelerating in that net worth, right?
Yeah, it's not a bad timing on the Battle Fury by any means. It's not a great one either, though. So, I mean, they're going to have a little bit of safety for themselves. I think the Your Scepter is, of course, for a little bit of safety. You know, he's going up against the maxed out Fire Spirits, which is going to be nice to be able to dodge out the damage from that. But I feel like he just needs to continue doing kind of what he was doing before, trying to push in these towers solo, create space for the rest of the team. I think the big thing that Montenegro are going to be looking out for is they make a play onto the Dawnbreaker here. We'll see if they're able to actually secure a kill. There's
They
that
use the
kisses, although it's whiffing a lot of them.
It just needs a bit more. Is there a Nightmare? Hoshka with the Celestial Hammer? Just get away for a while. They get the grip on the Timber Saw, but they still lose this Dawnbreaker nonetheless. Killing
they should
Roche.
Roche right now.
Yeah, it feels like for Czech Republic, they can't really contest this, right? They will see Montenegro walk into the Roche pit, but that war is instantly taken out by the supports from the Raiden side. This feels like a pretty free Roche for Montenegro.
Yeah, maybe if the Sand King had gone into a Blink Dagger instead of the Aghanims that he's got queued up at the moment, it might have been a little bit of a different story, with him being able to, Blink, Epicenter on top of a Dawnbreaker ultimate, maybe a Supernova as well. But this was the thing I was talking about, right? They need to get kills and then they need to immediately transition that into an objective. They did a good job with the top and mid towers with that previously, and with that kill, or a couple of kills rather, that they probably weren't expecting, it was a good understanding as well of immediately just going to take the Roshan. So it's given them a little bit of a reprieve. Anti-Mage, of course, was still farming throughout all of that, but it allows them now to maybe take a few more team fights with confidence. Earthshaker's got his Blink Dagger, so I think they should look to smoke up and look to make another play around... Do you do it around the Timbersaw? I kind of feel like you're lacking damage if you don't,
Oh, stolen grip from Desper, putting Hoshka in place and allowing Cool Daddy to get free hits. Of course, they take out this Dawnbreaker, who was farming in a very aggressive position, just in the Radiant jungle with no regards for his life. Would you say that this first Roshan is probably one of the most important one for Montenegro, just because he allows it to kind of push on with the advantage?
I mean, both of them are honestly important, first and second. So key to this lineup for being able to put pressure on the map. And, they were able to secure the first one despite being at, I believe, a 4 or 5k net worth deficit, which is a big deal. But now they just need to keep the pressure up. They need to make sure that making good use out of it. You can see the 3-hero smoke with that Blink Dagger freshly picked up on the Earthshaker. They're going to stand behind this Timbersaw and just try and give them a little bit of assistance there, or catch out people that might be looking... to join in. But I'm kind of liking this response by the Czech Republic. They're not being baited in. They're just getting a lot of farm. Phoenix is farming, Anti-Mage is farming, Sand King's farming all throughout the map. And really, it's only the Bane that's kind of like trying to position himself to maybe have an influence in this team fight. Not that he's going to. I'm going to be a little bit careful here. If Ursa pounced the other way, it might have been a dead Bane.
They do have that one Tinker Ward on the cliff, so they will see where Montenegro's members are, but it seems like someone might have been found in the jungle. It's the Phoenix at the outpost area. There's a couple of members from outside Montenegro trying to chase him down. I think Seni still has to dive to work with, able to juke out the cookie, and now he's gonna dive. Still has the TP. There's no more stun, but he's gonna Sunray TP, and they're gonna lift him up and still bash him to death with the totem. That's a lot of time bought for Czech Republic. They got the top tier 1 in the process.
Exactly. It's a position 4, and you dodge the smoke, and you cause 3 people to chase you for about 30 seconds. So I think they're going to be very happy about that, with how it came down. At least the glyph was used, if you're a fan of Montenegro, though. So they could still look to continuously group around this Timbersaw and try and make a lot more happen on the map. He's even been able to secure himself a Van Brace, really nice for that extra little bit of magic resistance when it's in the strength form. And it kind of gives him that little bit of an extra safety net, considering he didn't go into the hood.
They just blink echo this anti-mage. Cookie and lift, they have the damage.
That's great.
Flowing through this AM.
They just got to keep going. Stand behind this Timbersaw. They have no glyph. Ooh,
that's that one ward.
How does that work? So the Dawnbreaker, they'll find the Bane, but Dawnbreaker cut the wave, right? And he pulled it all into the triangle camp, as we see another Epicenter go out onto the Rubik. And there's action all throughout the map.
And a stolen Borrow Strike, it pretty sucks. It's gonna go dominating, and they will also find the Sand King. They don't really have the vision for him, so he's gonna hide in the Sandstorm at least for a while. Solar Crest completed by the Snapfight. In the meantime, Hoodie does get away with his life, but that ward beside the Dire Outpost really did kind of open up the map a bit more for Montenegro. Still have a bit of time, just a minute on this Aegis. They will at least try to put some pressure on this tier 2. But for Czech Republic, I mean, you did lose the AM, which is one of the worst case scenario that could happen, but it feels like for Hemi, he is not really bothered by it, A bit more, couple of more minutes and he will get the Manta style.
Confused about Timber's decision to go back into the jungle. Like you mentioned, they had very little time left on the Aegis. You got to make sure you get full use out of it, and absolute minimum take 1 tier 2 tower. It looks like they will finally, as Prizak looks to join them. But what I was highlighting before with the Dawnbreaker, he cut the creep wave and he dragged it into the triangle, and somehow the backdoor protection was still on the tier 2 tower as they find Anti-Mage again.
And that is definitely not good for Czech Republic. That's the second time, and it really comes down to the vision game for Montenegro. They had one in beside the dire outpost. They have one in the jungle, which just expired. So they really saw this anti-mage, not appearing in the dire jungle, and they just went and hunt him down on the Radiant side. There's 2 deaths for Hemi in a row. Definitely not what you want as an anti-mage after having such a great start to the game. Now they will try to chase out Senny. Of course, they have to live, and this Timber Assault will get the job done. Pretty Suck is unstoppable.
Yeah, and now, as a Rubik, oftentimes you want the Aether Lens into the Blink Dagger. Well, he stole Blink there from the anti-mage, so he was able to use that to immediately look to have a big impact in the game. As well, previously he stole the Burrow Strike from the Sand King, the big spell that I was highlighting before, and yeah, I'm liking how Despy's been able to play this mid game for his team. They're just pinging top tower again. Why not? They've got a minute left on that glyph. You can just park the Timber Saw right in front of it and continuously put a ton of pressure in.
It's kind of what you mentioned when we discussed about the draft, right? The role of this Rubik, just to be that controller, but he is really pulling his weight. And they get a 3-man smoke again. Meanwhile, middle lane, there's a Solar Guardian. They want this Ursa, but
he
just
again.
Gets out of the way. And they still have the Echo, of course, stolen. A Solar Guardian by this Rubik. I mean, he's taking all the big spells from the side of Czech Republic. They kill up the Sand King. He is down for almost 50 seconds. As Hoshka will TP to safety. But this Rubik, he is now kind of a counterfeit Dawnbreaker for the side of Montenegro with that Solar Guardian.
Budget Dawnbreaker, yeah. Like, as a Rubik, it's kind of a little bit more difficult as, he whiffs the Echo Slam there.
Yeah, that could have been a kill, but maybe they have a bit more damage. There is a Blink stolen by Despa, and he's looking for this kill onto Hemi. Of course,
that absolutely would have been a kill if they were able to secure it, considering you had the Rubik to be able to follow up on it. It meant that they didn't get the Aftershock, the Fissure stuns with the Aftershock damage as well.
Yeah, slightly unlucky for Montenegro, but good attempt nonetheless. They are really making the life of this anti-mage hard. I think his farm has been slowed down considerably throughout for the past few minutes. In fact, this Ursa has caught up in terms of net worth, and it's just slightly ahead of the anti-mage.
I'm liking the Basher. Of course, it is a very standard thing for an Ursa to be able to build into, but when you're against someone that's got a blink like the anti-mage, that extra 1 or 2 right clicks is going to be enough to be able to take him out. He actually used the Fiend script there on the Bane, so not going to be able to stop an Ursa when he's just right on top of you. And, even good against the Dawnbreaker, we saw there using the BKB and TP out. If Ursa's around with that Basher, you're not going to be able to do that anymore.
The anti-mage playing on top of this Shaker. Let's use the mana void by the Shaker. It's a very tanky boy. And of course, he's going to blink to safety. But it seems like Hoshka found him. So let's do hammer forward. There's the Tumbler Toy just to give Shaker a bit extra distance. And the Face Boost will bring him to safety. Meanwhile, Montenegro, they have 3 guys in the top lane. Of course, the tier 2 was pinged out a couple of minutes ago. And they are here to finish the job. But you look at the gold grab. Both teams are still pretty much on even ground. So in this situation, which team kind of has that unseen lead? At that advantage?
It really depends with what Montenegro are able to get out of this. They've used the glyph again, so no glyph if they were looking to push any kind of high ground. I don't think you want to do that against a Sand King and a Phoenix, though, right? We haven't seen a single Supernova in an actual team fight that's had a good amount of impact, so it's about how they take the next few minutes. We can see Roshan is about to spawn in a minute 45, so that's really what Montenegro are going to be looking to play around here. Is that second timing, because Ursa just becomes so much stronger when he's able to pick up that Aghanim Shard and continuously commit to these team fights.
Yeah, they want the Shaker, but I think the Burrow Strike went wide. Now Hoodie is in a world of pain. Used up into the air. It's going to be come down into a Timber Chain. Unfortunately, the Hood of Defiance is not going to keep him safe for a long time. Another pick-off for the side of Montenegro. And guess what? Kudeti, he found this anti-mage. Not able to finish him off, but definitely sufficient to push him all the way back. As this Dawnbreaker, Hoshka, he is in danger. It's going to be bashed up. So there's no way out of this predicament. He is most likely going to go down. They steal the Celestial Hammer. And Desper, he's going to fling himself forward. They use up this Dawnbreaker into the air. And they will just obliterate him. Hoshka dies for 50 seconds. Montenegro with 2 more picks.
And they're picking out the tower, but Creep Wave isn't quite there, so they're not going to be able to get too much out of this one. We could see maybe Prizak's just trying to get those reactive armor stacks up for a little bit extra regen, But yeah, definitely can't take this tower right now, and that's where all the lines are being drawn on the map, on the top side, because that's where they know that Roshan will be spawning in the next little bit. I feel like you could keep Timbersaw down here, just because he is able to put this pressure on while they've still got the glyph unavailable for the next 3 minutes or so. But I feel like the rest of the team does need to be playing that top side of the map, considering you've still got the Echo Slam available on your Earthshake.
Yeah. We saw Pretty Side went for his flamethrower as well, just extra damage for the Timbersaw. So they get the barbecue purchase. Czech Republic right now, they definitely aren't looking too hot. Been losing consecutive skirmishes. We haven't seen that full 5-on-5 team fight yet, as you mentioned early on. With this Roshan up, it feels like Czech Republic.
They're trying for a solo kill onto Anti-Mage. I don't know if you'll be able to claim it though. Getting a little bit keen there with Sanity's Eclipsed.
Yeah, and Sanity's Eclipse will be grabbed up. They bring in the Solar Guardian from Hoshka. That's a Shaker dead. And you know, they have 50 seconds to work with. The Shaker does have a buyback, and if
that's a stolen
count the stolen grip onto the Phoenix, that means no Supernova. And Paloki, he is gonna regret that one and lose his life. 2 kills for Montenegro. They turn it around. Roshan is up.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, they're really going to be regretting the fact that they went for that solo kill onto the Anti-Mage, because it means that they don't have an Echo Slam available for the next Roche fight, but then they just get the 2 support kills off the back of it. So what could have been not so great for Montenegro has turned into being just fine.
And it seems like Czech Republic, they have no intention of contesting this. That is going to be the shard for the Ursa. Now, free enraged every time he goes for the Earth shot. Just feels like this Ursa is having just a perfect game so far.
So he dropped a few of his items so that he would have the space to be able to pick it up, and his courier is just in the pit because it doesn't provide vision anymore. So he wants to be able to sell the Quelling Blade of the Order of Enemies, saying, "Hey Rubik, give me some vision, let me pick these things up," and then he's going to send it back to base and sell.
Just the small details of Dota. You love it. I think Roshan Vision is probably the most interesting and most confusing mechanic of the game. How you can
That's the one that you would pick? It's confusing about Dota. There's so much confusing about Dota.
One of the most underused elements, I would say. You know, you can be beside someone and you still can't see them. Oh, they found Hoshka again. There's a Dawnbreaker with the BKB. Burrow strike in for Hoodie. Still has the Epicenter that was cancelled. Of course, Static Cliff just got his
another
Interceptor. They're gonna stolen Phase Grip once more to Hoshka. The egg does come out on the low ground. No way to kill off the egg, but Ursa's gonna give it a shot into the Burrow strike. He will get stunned, but it doesn't seem like he cares. Has the vision block from this Shaker, and of course, Cool Daddy is on the Mega Q streak. Senti blinks forward for Paloki, and he's going for it. Gets stunned by the Burrow strike. Paloki does get the Brain Sap just to keep himself healthy, but it doesn't really matter too much. Cool Daddy mows him down with those claws. And buyback will be forced out from this Phoenix. In fact, Emmy with the Mana Void, not able to kill off anyone. In fact, he's not even close to doing so. Pretty side will just heal himself back out with the Bloodstone.
Now, what did I say about this Anti-Mage? It is a hero that does nothing for 25 minutes. And it honestly feels that way. You know, they've been able to run at every single one of these tier 2 towers, and Anti-Mage has just been on the other side of the map trying to get some farm, trying to make it worth it, the sacrifices that his team has been making. But it just hasn't happened just yet. You know, you saw that Mana Void, it's still going to be another 40 seconds, and realistically, I mean, how else are you going to kill this Timbersaw other than, like, a great Mana Void comboed together with a Sunray and an Epicenter? I don't see Timber dying.
Kind of like they need that dream team fight, right? Before the big spells landing. But right now, Ursa has an Aegis. They're going for the Abyssal next. Timbersaw has the Bloodstone use, 20 charges on the Bloodstone. It feels like even if they get the perfect combo off, with this Despot playing so well, it's going to be pretty tough. They want to go for the Shaker, but he just leaps out with the Totem, turns around with that Vision. Of course, the Starbreaker is going to completely miss. And Sanity Eclipse, he just blinks away. Meanwhile, they had the Supernova that just went off, and that was a stolen Supernova by Despot. I don't know how he stole that. Paloki, he might just pay with his life once more, able to juke into the tree lines. But Czech Republic, they expended so much that they get nothing in return.
They don't, and you've also got this mid lane that's pushing in. Still got 2 minutes on that Aegis as well. The Echo Slam's available. It's looking pretty good right now if you're a fan of Montenegro.
They get the damage. Bloodstone to heal pretty suck again. He is dropping low, but he is completely fine. A good nightmare to put Kudan to sleep. And now the Echo blinking from Sanity Eclipse, keeping Hoshka in place. They used the Abyssal to stun him up. There is the Grid from Paloki. Can the sun go off in time? No, they still lose the Dawnbreaker regardless. But at least they get the Aegis out from
Timber's
this Ursa.
low.
That's life number 1. Timbersaw would die in the back line. A good epicenter from Hoodie as well. The counter grid once more from Des, but they keep this anti-mage in place. Cool Daddy is on a wicked streak at the same time, but Hoodie with a good 2-man barrel strike now kills off the Rubik. Cool Daddy is just gonna TP out to safety as Pretty Suck. He is back in the fight with that back, but he might be a dieback. So now Hoodie just waiting for the next Burrow Strike, gets the stun off. They will burn off this mana from Pretty Suck. He Timber Chains one more time, but they had Spirit Vessel on him, and they will obliterate this Timbersaw.
Oh no.
On this mid lane of Montenegro.
I mean, Ursa just left his teammate for dead. You know, he bought back specifically so that he could help his Ursa, and he was like, see ya, buddy. I'm going all the way back to base, which I'm really surprised about, that Cool Daddy would just completely abandon the Timbersaw that had, in my opinion, at least straight up carried the first 28 minutes of this game.
That's top 10 betrayals from Cool Daddy. Do you think that they would have had a chance in that fight if Cool Daddy just stayed and fought with the Timbersaw? It felt like that could be the case, right?
Absolutely. I mean, he's going to be able to catch out this Phoenix, and it is a buyback on the Phoenix as well, I believe. So that's a nice kill, but I just don't think it's going to result in anything. You know, right now, the lineup that you've got with the Sand King, if you just pop that Sandstorm and stand on the back side of it, how are you going to contest into these towers as an Ursa? You know, he doesn't have a BKB. He doesn't have any, consistent lifesteal before the Satanic is completed, so I don't feel like the Ursas can be the only one knocking on their door in terms of these tier 3 towers. As bot side, Anti-Mage is going to be able to get a kill onto Gizmo.
And that's the TP in from the Shaker. And the Bane is nearby, so this Shaker, he shows himself, has the spider legs. Fissure again, he really wants to stop this Anti-Mage, and he's not going to be able to find him. In fact, if he overextends a bit, that Bane will catch him out. But right now, this Ursa, you know, he has the Satanic queued up. He found himself a Titan Slewer, but he decided to go for the Mindbreaker instead. So with this lack of BKB, it feels like it has led to the downfall of this Ursa in some fights. Or felt like he could have done more if he had that magic immunity, right?
Potentially. I mean, I feel like it's more about the decision making as opposed to any kind of item in particular. Like by doing that, like a BK without the Abyssal Blade, you don't kill the Dawnbreaker. You know, she'll probably be able to BKB and Celestial Hammer away in time. It also kind of forces with the Mindbreaker now the Czech Republic into a decision, right? Because you've got this BKB on the Dawnbreaker, and you've got the Manta Style on the Anti-Mage. They're going to need to pop one of them to be able to have that little bit of an escape, right? And then after that, he can look to just chain that into the Abyssal Blade. So it makes things a little difficult for the Czech Republic by going into this particular item build. But I do agree. I feel like he needs some form of... He's actually going here. He's going to Swift Blink instead. So he really wants to just go for that full pick-off style.
Definitely could work out because his team is hunting for Hoodie. Okay, the Fissure is going to go wide. Hoodie is in the Sandstorm. It seems like they stole the Burrow Strike. He's going to burn out to the Flamethrower regardless, as the Anti-Mage will take that time to push out that bot wave. This Sand King, he is out for almost 100 seconds without a buyback. It feels like this is a chance for Montenegro to really force something on that high ground, right?
Yeah, I mean... Hemi's doing his best to try and stop that from happening. You can see he's kind of pump faking his blink a little bit here as the TP comes back from the Rubik. But what are you doing? Why are you farming a neutral camp Earthshaker? That was your chance to kill this Anti-Mage.
Oh, Mana Void cancelled by the Fissure. They jump in, Echo Slam, they drop everything on the Anti-Mage and they have the control. Anti-Mage down, but he brought 4 members from the side of Montenegro back to the base, so more time for Czech Republic to work with.
It is. I don't know if you want to give up your Anti-Mage for that, though, as they get... Oh, well, that's an enraged Fiend Script there, because he did use the Earthshock, so, of course, having enough time to get that that little 1.5 seconds been rage off.
You can see that...
You don't want to buy back on the AM, though.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're in a weird position. At Montenegro, they will just storm down that middle lane. You know, you have the Blink here from Cool Daddy, they use to set up this Bane. Does get disarmed by the Heaven's Halberd. That is on the Phoenix, but it really doesn't matter too much. Phoenix still goes down across the Shaker, trying to catch the bird, but she does, dive away. There is the glyph for Czech Republic, but 20 more seconds until the Sand King comes back. This should at least be a tier 3 tower.
Yeah.
It'll take a while. Finally bring it down. Still want to go for more. I think they can at least kill out this melee Rax. And without the Anti-Mage, it feels like Montenegro are not afraid of anything at all. I mean, Hoshka, he is farming the hard camp on the Radiant Triangle, but Montenegro, they're going for more. I mean, Czech Republic, they have no glyph, still waiting for the anti-mage to come back. There's a lot to give away.
All right, well, this is the big fight for Czech Republic, and they do get out just in time on Montenegro before they're able to come in on this anti-mage.
There is a blink on the Sand King, but you know, he's not taking any chances in case he gets lifted up by Desper. I mean, this Rubik has had an exceptional game. Now with the Aeon Disc and the Shard, no, he just lifted himself up, throw himself on the cliff, check for wards. I believe there's no gem yet, but this Montenegro lineup, they are finally putting ahead with a considerably big lead, 9,000 goal advantage.
I mean, they're going to run into this Timbersaw first with the smoke that's coming out here, and he's actually going to break it underneath that vision, even seeing the Observer Ward placed down there.
There's a Silver Edge on Hoshka, so there's a lot of damage.
Committing with this onto a Rubik only?
Oh, that's stole the Burrow Strike, and he has the Aeon Disc, so he's already out, and it seems like Montenegro are really turning it around. Cool Daddy again with the Abyssal onto Hoshka. Can he even get this ulti off? The answer is no. Now Sandy pops the egg, but this Ursa does get slapped. Do they have enough time to break it? Yes, no, they don't. The Mana Boy actually kills the Timbersaw. The egg now goes off. They get the stun and the disarm on this Ursa, and now Ursa tries to get away, but the Sunray and Spirit Vessel will just burn this bear to a crisp. They will make some new jackets from that bear hide. Sanity Eclipse will blink to safety. That was a pretty good fight for Czech Republic. 2 big core kills.
It was, and well, it depends again. What do they do with this time? You can see that Hemi's had to go back. He's had his the siege creep wave pushing into his base. I believe that was the double siege creep wave as well, so he absolutely needed to deal with it. But they're going to be lucky here. Seni walks into the Roche pit just as it respawns, so that's where Anti-Mage is going to look to make his way over. I wonder if they have the scan available on the Radiant side. I feel like you kind of want to look to use the buyback on the Ursa if this is the case, right? Because you've got the Refresher Shot available. You know they just use Epicenter and Egg and Fiend's Grip. So it's a pretty big Roche to give up when you know they don't have a ton of teamfight.
Perhaps they just don't feel as confident without the buyback on the Timbersaw. Like when the Roshan spawn, he is 1 minute away from his buyback. I mean, this Shaker definitely can cause some distraction. He has the shot as well for the extra aftershock. Stolen Fire Spirit from Desper, throwing it in casually into the Roche pit. Not that it matters too much. Roshan still gets secured, and Desper gets slept. Now everyone's gonna come in to finish him off. He does lift himself and throw himself away, but of course this anti-mage is gonna catch up regardless and finish off this Rubik. So everything going the way of Czech Republic. That's a 9k goal swing.
It is for sure. It was a couple of seconds away from that Aeon Disc popping, so it's a little bit unfortunate for Desper on his Rubik there. They're trying to maybe catch out the Anti-Mage on his way out. Won't be the case. They don't have the damage to be able to follow up on him. And this is back to anyone's game. You know, it's win probability. It's sitting in favor of the Czech Republic. I can see why. You know, of course, having the H's is a nice little bonus, but they are 1 lane of racks down.
Yeah. There is the Abyssal Blade, just freshly picked up by this Anti-Mage. Of course, there are still a lot of ways for Montenegro to keep this anti-mage in place, right? He doesn't have the BKB, just going for full stats. But with this Aegis, it feels like for Czech Republic, they now have the power to really fight to Montenegro head-on, as long as Montenegro don't catch up this Dawnbringer. But thankfully for Czech Republic, they have the ward, I believe, they saw out the entirety of Montenegro.
They did. They didn't see them smoke. He was just out of range of it. But wisely enough, you could see Desper did previously ping enemy has vision in that area because he was the one that was nightmared up by the Bane while that Roche was happening. So they know they have vision just to the north side of their triangle. And the fact that they saw them walk left and they haven't seen them since then basically just confirms what they were most likely expecting in that, you know, they had vision of you the entire time. So we can see here, Snapfire is going to place the ward down. And finally, they do get rid of that Observer ward. But in the meantime, that's a wasted smoke. Not too much came of it. And again, just one of the other benefits of the Dawnbreaker is that you can just sit down on this bottom side of the map and farm safely. You know the team isn't there. He can join at any time with the Solar Guardian. It's a nice little bonus to have.
So now if you're the Dawnbringer, which one is better? Does he want to go for the Axe, for the extra Solar Guardian, or just tank out with the AC, you know, for the rest of the team? It feels like he could go either way, right? Even the shard kind of sounds good just because you get the magic immunity during the Starbreaker.
Yeah, I don't hate the shard. I feel like if you're playing it as a mid Dawnbreaker, you can't really afford to go the Ags because you're kind of out of the team fight for a little bit too long for my liking as well. He's looking to make a bit of a play onto the Earthshaker here, but he's just going to walk himself into death.
Oh my goodness, I mean, Sanity Eclipse, he was the one who started the fight off, but of course he had his team behind him. And they're picking up this Dawnbreaker pretty frequently, and that really confirms that if the Ursa is around, Dawnbreaker is kind of a no factor in these fights. He's out for another 70 seconds, does have the buyback, but if you are Montenegro, you're going to be happy with that, right? Because now even with the ages, it feels like Czech Republic can't really fight without the Dawnbreaker being alive.
Depends where they fight, and depends where you're set up as well on Montenegro. You can see Earthshaker is walking up towards the top side of the map, trying to push that out a little bit, maybe just looking to pick up that Octarine core, yeah, so he can consistently be jumping around. He's nearly hitting up into his level 25 as well, so I would assume that he's going to go for the Enchant Totem cooldown, just so that you can consistently lock someone who's quite slippery, like the Anti-Mage, in place for a good amount of time. What is that, like a 1.5 second stun on a 2.3 second cooldown once you get level 25? That's pretty significant.
And we see Czech Republic taking control of that bottom jungle again. We do have the tier 4 items, of course, already dropping. This is probably one of the longest games that we had for this region so far. And probably one of the closest one as well. I think the second one being Great Britain yesterday in their match. But that was pretty much it. That really came down to just kind of a Medusa and Morphing rolling over the team fights. But right now, even with the Anti-Mage on the side of Czech Republic, it feels like they don't really have that much of a lead. This Anti-Mage, even in terms of net worth, he is not that far away.
They gotta get out right now on Montenegro. Like, your Timbersaw and your Ursa are nowhere near you, and wisely enough, they do eventually get that TP out.
Yeah. Caught them with the scan. That's right as Czech Republic walked up the stairs. So they dodged the smoke gang, but are we just waiting for the Aegis right now? I mean, for Czech Republic, you kind of want to smoke up and fight, right, with that advantage. But if you're Montenegro, is this kind of a game where we wait for the Aegis, we get it, and then we go for high ground, or is there something else that Montenegro can do?
I think it's like I was saying before, they just need a few of these levels in particular. Like on the Earthshaker, he's almost reached it. He's almost level 25. And especially now that you've got the Aghanim Scepter, like I talked about just being able to lock people down, just even the damage, right? Because something that a lot of people overlook is that recent-ish, the Aghanim Scepter on the Earthshaker got that 40% cleave to it as well. So he's dealing a decent amount of right-click damage, even though he hasn't talented into it with, like, the plus 30 base damage at level 10.
He's farming up a storm. I mean, even for this Ursa, he feels like he's already decked out. Going for he has a Demon Edge. Guess going for the MKB, because the Anti-Mage has a Butterfly.
Here we go. That could be the deciding factor on the top side of the river as Ursa picks up the double damage. You've had the Aegis expire as well, so honestly, still anyone's game. Only a 1k net worth lead. Now with the Aegis being reclaimed, I believe the win probability is staying steady. They're still having confidence, more confidence in an anti-mage than I have. But, well, not going to be able to pick off anyone first this time. Timbersaw, he doesn't have anything. Well, that's a big deal.
I mean, they were standing under a ward, but the Sankey still goes down. Hemi tries to get away, gets bashed. Of course, the Earthshaker able to get out Solar Guardian, and the Grip's going to keep this Ursa in place. Doesn't matter what they have, and a good Sun and a Burrow Strike. They just obliterate Montenegro. The buyback from the Sand King absolutely working out for the side of Czech Republic. 3 kills. It's nothing that Montenegro could do in that fight.
No, it was really nicely done by the Bane there. He made sure to use the Nightmare on the right target as they were focusing the egg. It's one of those baiting eggs, right, where you're looking to force them to try and hit it because it's such a big deal if it goes off or if you're able to kill him. But, Nightmare on one, then he Fiend's Grip the other, so the egg only had about 2 hits left before it would have gone down. And, well, with the Ursa buying out that MKB, he doesn't have buyback. That's the big thing. Like I said, it was on a knife's edge for anyone. And a great initiation by Anti-Mage as well to catch out the Earthshaker, completely burn his mana, and make him effectively useless in that teamfight. He barely even got away. Doing a good job, though, to be able to cut this wave.
No cores on the... No buyback on the cores of Montenegro. Of course, this Rubik steals the blink, does get away, lifts himself up just to be safe. The Snapfire has his buyback, but that's pretty much it. It feels like Montenegro don't really have a way to stop this.
I really hate that use of the glyph, right? Like, they had a tower up, they had a creep wave that would have died with the use of the glyph because, and the Earthshaker had cut the next wave that was about to come, so they would have had backdoor protection re-engaged. Instead, that creep wave only just now dies, and they're able to take not only one lane of racks, but probably two.
And of course, the Ursa and the Timbersaw are coming back. Ultimate still not available fully. I mean, the Supernova is going to come back just in time as a Montenegro takes a fight if they ever do. So I guess that's good news for Czech Republic. They get one set of racks, evening out the middle lane, and at the same time, if Czech Republic or if Montenegro wants to fight, Czech Republic will be ready. All of their ultimates are online.
And just look at how they're itemizing as well on Czech Republic. Like Heaven's Halberd on both the Sand King and the Phoenix. Plus a Bane, of course, who's going to be able to use the Nightmare, use the Enfeeble, use the Fiend's Grip onto you. It's really effective at being able to cut out a lot of this burst damage that they've got right now on Montenegro's side. I can see that he's queuing into an Abyssal Blade on this Dawnbreaker. I don't know how big of a fan I am. I much prefer the suggestion that you had with the AC, just to be able to provide him with that little bit of extra survivability for himself. And, well, Roshan, that was an incredibly quick respawn because it's already up. You've got Desper standing here inside of his Sandstorm, right next to his Observer Ward, and, well, they're going to be able to claim it.
Huge Roshan. I mean, if you're Montenegro, you are happy with that, right? I think that was the 4th Roshan, so you get everything. Yep. You know, the Refresher, the Cheese, the Aglin Blessing. Who are they going to give it to? I assume the Ursa.
I believe Ursa got the Blessing. And it was...
Do they really want to fight here again? I mean, this Earthshaker, he's dead. He has to buy back into the fight, but Mortimer's Kisses use the anti-mage just go straight for him, and they also grip out this Timbersaw. But Loki has the Agony Scepter, it goes off, and counter Solar Guardian from Desper. Oh, he's doing God's work, but it seems like his team is not able to hold out. The Shaker is going to come back into the fight, but it feels like it's already over by then. He's going to jump away from the rest of Czech Republic. He will be able to get out.
Can he get a first hit bash?
His team is not doing too hard. They've lost 2. They had to buy back on the Shaker. I mean, the Ursa has the Aegis. He's still holding on to it. But even if they want to cancel the grip from this Bane, it feels like it is slightly harder, right? Because the Bane has the Axe. So you get that extra illusion that helps you grip your target. I mean, Czech Republic, they're kind of slowly running away with the game.
It was the exact same spot as well, right? Like, that's been the, pardon my pun, but the bane of their existence, you know? They were able to get the Observer Ward up, but, you know, if you're not getting rid of their vision, it kind of feels a little bit useless as the buyback comes out on the Snapfire. I'm not sure about this. I mean, who's going to frontline for you?
I guess the Ursa is going to be the one that gets the pistol up, of course. Manta stuff from Heavy, he will just manifest. There's another grip. There is the Enrage. So it's going to expire pretty soon, but another Abyssal, the fresh run bought by Hoshka is finally coming into play, and now with the Phoenix right in front of the base, going to get the
what an egg.
And they will get the Snapfire for sure. The Ghost Scepter will not help him. That is the dieback for the Snapfire. Again,
no buyback on Ursa.
This Ursa, Echo Slam, double Echo Slam from Scientists Eclipse, and no one dies. They just hang on, they stole the grip. That's for holding this anti-mage in place, but I mean, the members of Czech Republic, they are just way too beefy. And that was everything for Montenegro, and no one dies on the side of Czech Republic.
Yeah, they used everything, and again, like, it was a good Echo Slam in isolation, but Ursa was back in the fountain. You know, he had no mana, he had nothing. If you had Ursa there, that is guaranteed a way to be able to follow up on that. But again, great reflexes coming through from the Bane. That was probably one of those situations that I was talking about before, where the cleave damage from the Enchant Totem would have been enough to clean up the team fight. Yes. You could just see here, look what he's buying next. He's like, God damn it, I'm sick of this stupid Bane trying to stop me in every single one of these team fights, so he needs that BKB to make sure that he's not going to have his full combo disrupted.
We are almost 50 minutes in. He's finally going for the BKB, but is it too late though? I mean, this BKB, how much can it change for Montenegro?
If he had it in that fight, it would have changed a whole lot, but maybe now without the Aegis, without the Refresher Shard, it'll be a much bigger deal, but they're looking to go in onto the Dawnbreaker. Don't know how easy this is going to be.
They have that cooldown reduction with the Octarine. Okay, Abyssal on the Shaker. Actually, they destroyed the Dawnbreaker. The fresh side of Vice from this Timbersaw. might be the key, before the BKB gets purchased on this Ursa. Oh, he just got it. He went for it. So again, another buyout from this Ursa. Just focusing on those items that allows him to fight. So it means that
It does. And it also means that he's just not going to get his mana immediately burned, which feels like it's happened every single one of these team fights.
he has, I guess the trade-off isn't as detrimental, right? He gave away a bit of lifesteal from the Morbid Mass in exchange for the magic immunity.
Oh, is that the Aghanim Scepter? Ooh,
It's the first time that
I
I've
hate it.
seen the anti-mage with the axe.
It's a little obnoxious, I'll be honest.
So you set an
Especially for
illusion
any
at
kind of
someone.
high ground defense. You just constantly launch it out and burn whoever's mana it is that's trying to siege the high ground, and then, you just, once they've got no mana, then you're like, alright, let's fight now, and they've got basically no tools to be able to deal with us other than their right clicks.
Now, would you say that Czech Republic's in the driver's seat? They got 2 sets of racks. They've been winning these fights.
Now they do. I feel like just their... Well, it can still be anyone. I just feel like it comes down to the execution of all these team fights. When was the last time we saw an Echo Slam that was actually comboed together with something else? When's the last time Earthshaker didn't have his mana immediately burned at the start of team fights? When has Ursa been able to right-click someone? Every single one of these Phoenix Eggs has gotten off in the past, 15 minutes. So I feel like if even one of those things turns around into Montenegro's favor, they could still definitely come back into this.
I'm looking for the refresher shard, but I don't see it on anyone. Wait, where did
That was on the Shaker. Shaker used it he used double echo in the base.
Right. I guess with that, I think for yeah, he's going for the refresher orb, just making sure that he has a double echo to work with. I think so far we haven't seen an echo that really, like you said, right, was able to have a follow up that cleans up a fight. I mean, this anti-mage is queuing up a Lincoln's. It's probably gonna buy it out pretty soon.
I'm liking the fact that they're under this smoke, kind of guarding this double damage rune as Anti-Mage goes to take it. He's pretty damn close to that level 30, which is a decently big deal. I like the fact that he went into the Counterspell Magic Resistance talent as well at level 25 instead. A whole lot of their damage is still magic, right? It's basically only the Ursa that's going to be doing damage outside of that. Maybe the Timbersaw with his pure damage, but...
I'm guessing that Hemi will just consume the Aghanim Scepter and get the Lincolns. He is pretty much decked out. He still has the shard that he can buy. There's still a couple of add-ons for this anti-mage, but in general, I think he's pretty much ready to take on the world.
He's sending the Ag's Blessing out to himself right now. Don't know how strongly I feel about that. You're going to lose a bunch of stats, and you're going to be 5-slotted instead of 6-slotted. I mean, he's going into the Moonshard, but I don't know. Maybe just a little bit premature considering they didn't see Roshan up just yet. I can understand doing it if Rosh was about to respawn, but well, the minimum respawn timer is still a minute away.
I guess
he's around as well, walking around under this observer ward.
I guess it works well with the Blink Fragment. Of course, this time Hoshka is not with the team. He can always join with the Solar Guardian. And I don't think Montenegro...
Starbreaker charge. He's got the Aghanim Shard as well that you were talking about, so I like that a lot. By the Stormbreaker, he's going to have a ton more survivability in these team fights.
It won't get, chain stun. I mean, they still have a way to kind of keep him in place, right? The Hex, the Abyssal and all, but obviously an extra layer of protection would be nice. So, I guess the Abyssal is kind of working out for the Dawnbreaker. Gives an extra damage. I think the double Abyssal really was one of the factors that gave Czech Republic the win in that Radiant base fight.
Mm-hmm. Now, I've been a big fan with how Paloki's been playing this, right? I feel like he's got off some amazing Fiend's Grips, some great Nightmares. Why are you still holding a Trusty Shovel, my man? It is 55 minutes into the game as they go on the Timber.
And he's dead. He's out of the fight, at least for now. Has the buyback to work with. And Roshan, still not spawning just yet. Still a minute plus before it comes back. I believe this will be the 5th Roshan that we have in this game.
Do you feel like the 5th Roshan should drop something extra on top of everything that it already does?
The fusion rune? Like,
Fusion rune,
yeah, he could
maybe
bring
an
that thing
extra
back.
tier 5 item.
Yeah, that could be something. You know, as tier 5 items, they generally drop around this time frame, right? Like, we're almost there. 5 more minutes until the tier 5 comes out.
And I feel like Bane heard me because he's sending the ninja gear out to himself now, which I think is a fantastic item for a Bane. Oh,
And-
he didn't have an item slot for it, so the courier is going back to base with the ninja gear still on it.
Oh boy. I mean, that 150 HP. Like, did he notice that? I don't think he did.
Nope.
No, he did not. They killed the Timber Saw. Well, the Timber Saw had to buy back into this fight. Bane also buys back as well. They found a snap fight in the back line. Mana Void cancelled by the Fissure. They get the Hex out as well. As they really want to take on this anti-mage, they're bringing him down to 50%. It's a good Lotus Orb to cancel that Burrow Strike, but you have the Sun in the back line. Prince is the only one there, so there's no way that they could break the Supernova. One of his kisses will be thrown now as Hoodie will pop that A on this. It's a buyback on both teams, but they found the Timber once
That's a
more.
dieback.
Prince, what are you doing in the triangle?
Good question. I mean, I'm a little surprised that they
was
were...
that the Burrow Strike? I think the Burrow Strike brought him over the base, and he was just like, yeah, and then the Lotus Orb. I think he was just like, yeah, I guess I will go to my triangle. Ends up under a ward, goes down for 2 minutes.
Oh,
Now it's
and
Roshan
this is
number
not
5.
good. Yeah, Roshan number 5, not to be confused with Mambo number 5 for the Czech Republic, and they're even rewarded. I mean, this is the bonus for the 5th Roshan, right? A double damage rune right outside the pit. So now they know they have no Timber Saw to deal with. They can just very easily push the lane in. Might even look to give Anti-Mage that solo XP so that he can get up to that level 30 on his own. And this should be game for the Czech Republic. But we've seen crazy things happen already in this game. Things could turn around. You never know.
Yeah, he has a DD rune, so most likely this would be Megas. Well, or should I say it will 100% be Megas. There's no glyph. I mean, the Blink fragment thrown up by Hemi.
Whoa.
Stolen Blink. I mean, how do you hold on? You know, 55 seconds for the Timber Saw to come back. They have to fight this 5v5, right? I mean, the Phoenix, I think he got the Axe Blessing where he gave it away. Gave it to the Dawnbreaker. So the Dawnbreaker will now have that 6-second Solar Guardian. Which is insane.
Don't hate it.
60% evasion in the AoE.
Especially against an Ursa, right? Like, it's just nuts. Have to be
Thankfully, he has
careful
the
here.
MKB, but... Oh boy.
See you, Rubik.
On to Despa. Good cookie. Shiva's from this Phoenix. I mean, this guy, he is so fed on that post 4. There's still 15 seconds left and this Timber Saw comes back. I think Montenegro, they should be able to still take one more fight, but it's just one more fight. Ursa going straight for the back line. They want the Dawnbreaker. They might be able to break in the cheese. Hoshka still stays alive, and of course there's going to be the in-range used by the Agnes Scepter. You'll be able to get rid of the Phoenix Grip, but Hoodie's in the back line with the Lotus Orb again with the A on this popping. Of course, Ursa needs to get away. Disarm, Mana Void, Solar Guardian, everyone kept in place. Pretty Suck just came back to life. Someone let him play Dota. He did once more. And of course, there's a stun from Hoodie, completely keeping everyone for the side of Montenegro in place. They now get the cookie and a couple of bashes on top of this anti-mage, but the sleep from Poloki once more keeps Cool Daddy in place. They should be able to get the Sand King. The Scatter Blast stun will push him backwards. Cool Daddy with a double kill. Hemi kind of out of mana, and they will take out that Aegis. Question is, can Montenegro really do it? They found the Dawnbringer under Sentry, and they will take him out again. Echoes slam. They have him stunned. Do they have to live? He goes for the Manta to take out the mana of the Earthshaker, who's still able to recover some of their resources. They have this Phoenix and he hold out in place. Aeon, this is up, but he doesn't have to die. Of course, Cool Daddy with the cookie sent forward over the Fissure. Hemi going for the back line. Ghost Scepter keeping Gizmo alive. Cool Daddy held in place just now with the Phoenix Gate. And another egg from the Refresher. That's gonna go down. This egg will explode on top of Gizmo. The Sun Ray to burn him down. But they found the air once more. Cool Daddy needs a couple of more hits, but the anti-mage blinks to safety for the 10,000th time in this fight. Buybacks flying through from Montenegro as Eclipse gets one last fissure and he decides that this fight is pretty much over. But what a hold from Montenegro.
They were able to hold, but it cost them absolutely everything. I want to have a quick look at that fight recap. 4 buybacks used on Montenegro's side, just the one on the Czech Republic. They made sure that they were saying, you know what, just take it easy. We don't need to panic. They have to deal with mega creeps. The lanes are constantly going to be pushing into their base. Even though we might not be able to end the game right now, we can wait. We can wait another 20 seconds. We'll get those tier 5 neutral items and then push into their base one more time, where if they die once, they're completely out of it.
The Shaker had 17 enchant totems in that fight. It's a crazily long one. But is there any tier 5 items that in the hands of Montenegro is going to help them, be on even ground again against Czech Republic? It's going to drop now. We are 60 minutes in. So
Fallen
tier 5
Sky.
item time.
Fallen Sky is the most busted neutral item in the entire game.
I think the only thing that made me sad was that they removed Ballista. Not that we see much Ballista compared to other items, but I still feel like that could have been something.
Yeah, for sure. Even just getting multiple of these items. They got a Giant's Ring, they got a Seer Stone available here for the Earthshaker. Don't hate it, it gives them a crazy amount of cast range. It's already got that Octarine core.
Apex for Montenegro. Of course, we have the Book of Shadows for Czech Republic.
Ugh. It's so bad. I hate that item so much.
I guess it's like, I mean, it puts you into stasis. I suppose it's okay to buy a bit of time. It's like an undispellable use undispellable use, right?
It's like a Decrepify, basically.
Yeah, Decrepify, but something that you can't get rid of. Giant's Ring. There we go. Fallen Sky.
Here we go. They've got a chance.
Ice Frog has blessed Montenegro with probably one of the strongest items in the game. The question is, are they gonna use it? They give it to the Ursa. So this Ursa will have.
Honestly, it doesn't need. Like, you could take away all the strength, all the intelligence, all the HP and mana regeneration, and it'd still be a busted item. Like, it's a Blink Dagger and a Meteor Hammer all in one that only takes 1 second of channeling to go off. It's crazy. One other item I'm not sure if you've noticed. Have a quick look over at Ursa's items. He's going all in.
Yeah, Divine Rapier. This is it. No more buybacks. One last hurrah. By the way, this is a huge anti-mage. He's going for the tier 4s. They gotta do something. I mean, Cool Daddy blinks in. Of course, not able to get a swipe off onto Hemi. They are still kind of thinking about the engage. In fact, Hoshka did find Sanity Eclipse, but this Shaker should be able to just get out. And the Hex, I'm pretty sad. Reflected by the counter spell, Stolen Sandstorm. That's gonna help Desper hold the base at least for a while. He has the Agnes Scepter. Hemi going for the try once more, just teasing Montenegro. The glyph is back up, so Montenegro can buy a bit of time. But holding against Mega Creeps and an anti-mage that literally looks like a raid boss. They're standing under the Seer Stone. Maybe this is it. Maybe they're gonna make something happen. Go in with the Echo Stab again. Refresh it. Echo Stab once more. Emi doesn't give damn. He just soaks up all the damage. I mean, this Epicenter is in for Kuri. A good one. The lowest orb is there. Okay, Cool Daddy just took out the Bane. There's 120 seconds without this Bane, and he was the one who just bought back. So they won't lose the Rubik in return. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Cool Daddy trying to take out this anti-mage, but anti-mage just stands his ground. The Starbreaker on top of this Ursa. They need to keep this Ursa alive. Hoodie still safe. It's gonna go into an Invis. Of course, Mana Void on top of Cool Daddy. He's gonna Earthshock, trying to get a couple more swipes in to get the Hex on the anti-mage, and he's down for 100 seconds. A Burrow Strike, reflected by Lotus Orb. The Cookie sends Cool Daddy away to safety, giving it some extra health. The rolling back, straight for detection. The multi-target Loose Shadow coming out from Gizmo. They get to disarm on the Cool Daddy, but he just beats this Phoenix to death. A buyback from the Sand King, but Montenegro with the hold on that base against Mega's Creep.
Oh my god, Ursa actually just running face first into that Phoenix on about 5% HP. Phoenix, wisely enough, uses the Helvet's Halberd onto him. He was channeling the Sunray into his face, but wasn't enough. Ursa just able to run at his face, cleave him down with the damage reduction coming from that Enrage, and well, they're going to have to try and make a complete play for it. You've got a buyback on the Timbersaw, buyback on everyone except for the Phoenix on Czech Republic's side. Someone's going to need to defend this base.
That's a Chad Ursa, the Divine Rapier paying off big time. And also, they took out the Bane who had no buyback, right? So no one was there to keep this bear in check. And the anti-mage, like everyone has buyback. Dawnbreaker has this. The Bane finally has this back online. So this is definitely not the end for Czech Republic. For the side of Montenegro, they only have 2 guys running down this lane, and there's the Fallen Sky from Cool Daddy. It's going straight for the Sand King. Buyback now from the Bane. They might be able to hold it in place, but Cool Daddy wisely backs off. 50 more seconds until this anti-mage comes back online. So I think Montenegro, they need to think about backing off.
He's looking to buy up a Daedalus here, even on the Snapfire, just to assist with defending. He's already got the Chrysalis for himself. I was thinking, he might go into a Boots of Travel or something like that so he can assist the rest of his team eventually, but he is on full base defense duty.
Oh, look at the Seer Stone. He's gonna see where Cool Daddy is, and if he goes down right now, this game might just end, and it might just be the case. He gets the BKB off, but yeah, the Solar Guardian from Hoshka on top, and that's the Divine Rapier on the deck. I mean, this Ursa, he's a minute away from his buyback.
Get it, Bane. Come on.
Oh boy. We get Book of the Dead. So...
It's still on the ground.
Wait, did he take it? No, he did not.
Bane, pick it up. Oh, he's giving it to the anti-mage. That's no fun.
Now this game is surely going to end. I mean, 30 seconds, I think they can still hold. There's still a tier 4, there's still a glyph. Yeah, Ursa has to buy back.
Someone's going to need to throw their face at one of these lanes that's pushing in just to try and prevent backdoor. Like, Pritizak, he has buyback, so it should be him.
So the Phoenix Grave is going to come back up. Yeah, he has the axe, so 55-second cooldown. In fact, Pritizak is going to be gone on past the BKB. Kind of a visual block. They grip him. There's a little orb, but it doesn't really matter too much. Of course, Hemi goes straight for the back line. They need one more second. Ursa has the buyback right now, and he has to use it. I mean, if he waits, I don't think they can hold on. They're gonna get the Echo Slam, double Echo Slam, but look at his anti-mate. Takes 0 damage. Again, invisible. They get a bit more damage. They beat him down. They still do it, but Mega Chris beats on the Ancient. They get the cliff out, they protect that base at least for
a while. They gotta kill the siege creeps.
And they still need a bit more damage. The Seer Stone provides so much intel, good vision onto 2. Because Pritizak now going straight for the backline, has that Whirling Death, has the Chakra, Cool Daddy going straight for the A. It needs a couple more hits. They got their pistol, keep him in place, the A goes off. Stuns on the tree, Anti-Mage buys back, TPs to the outpost. They have the Raid Boss to deal with. Of course, he did lose the Divine Rapier, reclaimed by Cool Daddy, but Cool Daddy, can he get more though? Of course, the Burrow Strike, left, right, and center. Cool Daddy controlled by the Starbreaker. They will pummel him with the hammer. He turns around with the Abyssal, gets slapped, gets the Enrage, but Anti-Mage can go straight for the Ancient. As the rest of Montenegro, they have no way to stop him. This Ursa is dead, and the Anti-Mage now has free reign of that base. Of course, Czech Republic, kind of probably one of the biggest comebacks in this game. Montenegro held out their life. But I don't think they have anything left. They can still try. That Burrow Strike is so deadly. The Mana Void almost going off, and I think Hemi will just go for it. Launches it onto the Rubik, and the Throne is finally going to go down. 67 minutes in, we get Czech Republic taking game 1 in this best of 2.
After, what, 2.5 minutes of standing inside their base, fighting back and forth with an Ancient on about 50% HP, finally they decide to turn and say, oh, it only takes about 3 seconds of hitting it for it to go down. So, well done by Czech Republic of being able to claw themselves out of what I thought was a really bad situation that they were in at the start of the game. Again, felt like Anti-Mage just doesn't do anything at the very start, but a couple of key mistakes there by Montenegro, particularly around the Dire Tri-Camp ended up costing them big time.
2 team fights there, and of course one of the base defense that Pritizak somehow ended up in his own triangle and died after a buyback. I think that really gave Czech Republic kind of the window, right? Because that was that 5th Roshan. But what a game. I mean, this is only the first one of the day. We have a lot more to come. Obviously, Czech Republic, they needed this win. They are down 0-4, I believe. So this win definitely puts them on the board, to contend for this for the standings in the group stage. Montenegro, this is their second best of 2 today, and they have yet to get a win. So a good one for Czech Republic. That's definitely good news for them. But what can Montenegro do in the next game? Do you feel like objectively they are better than Czech Republic in controlling the map, or is kind of an even fight between these 2 teams?
I'd say it's pretty even, to be honest. I feel like both teams just need to work a little bit on their communication, particularly when their ultimates are available and when they actually want to use them. Like so many times we saw a bit too heavy commitment, particularly around the Earthshaker, with wanting to use his Echo Slam when he didn't actually have the follow-up from the rest of his team. So I'd say that's the big thing with Montenegro, but it's certainly something to work with. I was very entertained by that game, if nothing else.
Yeah, an explosive game 1. Czech Republic finally comes out on top and bag themselves the first win in this group stage. But this best of 2 is not over yet. We will head for a short break, and then we will be back to witness the conclusion. Will Montenegro get the tie, or will Czech Republic run away with a clean sweep? We'll find out in a bit. We'll be right back.
this time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Game 2021 Singapore. This is still the qualifiers for EU. Day 2, and we just witnessed a heck of a festival. 67 minutes between Czech Republic and Montenegro, where Czech Republic finally came out on top after a slugfest. I'm Husky alongside Danok. So going into Game 2, where Montenegro needs to tie it up, you mentioned that these two teams are kind of equal in terms of strength. What needs to be changed, or what do you think should Montenegro adjust moving forward?
Yeah, it just comes down to the communication, right? Like I feel Czech Republic probably got a lot more out of the laning stage than they should have. Montenegro hit the kind of timings that they should, with obviously taking first rotation around 19 minutes, maybe a bit later than they would have liked. But the fact they were really able to get the second one as well was a pretty big deal. It just came down to a few of those key team fights, right, where they just didn't have the vision. They smoked and it didn't work out for them. Occasionally that'll happen. But way too many times I saw, someone go in on their own in an Earthshaker. It's a core Earthshaker. It does do a lot more damage than a support one, but still not enough to solo an anti-mage. It's not one of those style of heroes.
Yeah, I think at one point they stopped being able to kill the anti-mage with just the support. But this is the draft for game number 2. We will see if the teams bring us something new. I mean, I wouldn't be complaining. I wouldn't complain for sure if we get another 60-minute game. But the bans, they are already telling what to expect. Weaver, Monkey King, Tiny, Magnus, 4 of the most popular heroes right now have been banned out. I wonder if Czech Republic would go back for the Bane, because Bane, Bane had a heck of a game, in that game 1.
MVP is what that Bane had of a game. Like, he was fantastic that time around. Instead, they're going to go for the Snapfire, taking a page out of Montenegro's book as well. So we didn't see how the draft played out in game number 1 because we joined a bit late. As they were remaking the lobby. So again, thanks again for the teams for doing that. They're going to go back into the Earthshaker. I think it was still fine, the Earthshaker performance. Some of the Echo Slams that he hit were good. It's just, again, about linking up with your team that little bit further. I feel like, again, you need to pick something now that's going to be able to either be consistently active and allow the Earthshaker to have time to farm the Blink Dagger that he needs to be really effective, or something that just combos together really well with the Earthshaker, some other kind of chain stun or something that really needs a great amount of setup to be very good. And an Elder Titan, I feel like, is very good for that. Of course, the Astral Spirit the Spirit portion is the one that reduces the magic resist. So if you're able to get that one out there after the initial setup with a Fissure, let's say, and get it in place for the Echo Slam, it's going to be dealing a crapload more damage. You're also going to have a lot easier setup for something like an Echo Stomp into an Earth Splitter. But I like this Enchantress. They're going to look to lane it wherever the Elder Titan is, because it gets rid of that Astral Spirit buff that you use to try and terrorize so much in the early game.
And with the Shaker out, of course, Czech Republic goes straight for the morphing ban. Don't really want the Shaker morphing combo. Montenegro, they did pick the Timbersaw in the previous game, but now they ban it out. I assume it's because they don't want this Timbersaw to run around and become a terror for the strength for these two strength heroes.
Yeah, I think so. And even just like the Earthshaker, like I said before, it's not as bad when you're playing it in the offlane as opposed to a soft support. But Earthshaker still needs time to ramp up. Not as much time as a support one, but he still needs time. And Timbersword doesn't give you that time. So I feel like it's just about getting rid of a lot of these heroes that are either going to put you on the clock of, how much am I going to lose in the time that it takes for me to get a couple of my first key items. But also, they're getting rid of the Medusa now. It's all right. I mean, like, I suppose it's very hard to burst down a Medusa just because she's got so much effective HP. They're going to get rid of the anti-mage as well, obviously respecting Hemi's way of playing it. I'm just trying to think of how else they might be able to try and punish this Earthshaker a little bit.
They still don't really have a way, I suppose, to deal with the Shaker, right? You have this. Most likely, the Snapfire is going to be in the same lane as the Shaker, as you say the Ensh will want to follow wherever this Titan goes. But for Montenegro, now they ban out the AM, but they've already revealed the support, right? At least for the side of Czech Republic, they revealed both the supports. So maybe someone that can kind of cut into the backline. Do you think a Spectre would work well for Montenegro if they go for this second phase pick?
It's not terrible. I mean, you can always just enchant the Haunt Illusion, though, which is nice if you're playing as the Enchantress. But I'm thinking something that does a little bit more magic damage. You know, like they are a little magic-centric right now with the Earthshaker, but I don't see any issue with going into something like an Ember Spirit or a Storm Spirit next if you're on Montenegro's side, just because you're going to easily be able to get in onto those backlines to disrupt a lot of the damage. You're not going to be worried too much by the Untouchable as well on the Enchantress, so I feel like that might be pretty decent.
And I guess for Montenegro's side, they're taking the time thinking about what to go for. It's probably going to be they go for the Skywrath Mage. So this is a 4 Skywrath. That's the magic damage that you're looking for, right? 2 of both heroes on the side of Czech Republic, at least the supports, don't really like the Mystic Flare. Snapfire has to stand in place for Anonymous Kisses, and just does not have the help with tank through the whole barrage of spells from Skywrath. So I guess that this does give that off lane a lot of kill pressure, at least a lot of lane dominance with this Shaker and Skywrath.
I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of the Skywrath Mage at all, especially considering it like fully reveals your support duo this early in, and so they're able to pick up something like a Mars that, you know, if you catch out a Skywrath Mage, he's just dead. He is very squishy, and so someone like a Mars who's able to reposition, which obviously Mag's banned, so he's probably the best hero left at doing that sort of thing, but also just catch him inside of the Arena of Blood. They've got so much that can combo together with it, right? Like even just the Snapfire, you mentioned being able to use the Mystic Flare to be able to kind of punish him from sitting in place, channeling the Mortimer's Kisses. But if you're out of range of being able to use the Mystic Flare because of the Arena of Blood, you don't really care. And it's not like a Skywrath Mage is going to build a BKB either. So I really don't like this. I know I said they were looking for magic damage, but not like that.
Oh, and Czech Republic doubles down on the Sven. A total menace for the side of Montenegro to deal with. In fact, I don't think they really have a way to deal with the Sven at this point of the draft, right? I mean, Sven just completely destroys everyone with the Godstrain BKB. But at least now with Czech Republic revealing that position 1, I think Montenegro will be able to respond adequately to this pick. What are the options? You know, I see that they have the TB, they have the Spectre, they play Ursa in the previous game. What should Montenegro look for?
I think whatever they do, they just need something that's going to be able to kite the Sven a little bit. You know, you mentioned the BKB God Strength, of course. It's incredibly powerful, especially if you're able to combo it together with an Arena of Blood. But if you're able to dodge it out a little bit, or, you know, soak up a ton of the damage super early on with something like an Ursa, it might not be too bad. They're going to go the Juggernaut instead, maybe just because it's probably on the same tier of like strength in the laning phase when compared to how it matches up against the Mars as an Ursa. Maybe just wanting something else to be able to kill the Enchantress, an easy way to get outside of the arena as well with the spin. I mean, it's an okay pick, but like manning up and fighting into a Sven does become quite challenging later on. Like you've got the Warcry to not only protect yourself, but as well as the rest of the team from the Omnislash. So it's not even that big of a great one-on-one engagement matchup against the Sven.
I suppose. Like, can Montenegro play fast with this draft? You know, initially I was thinking of perhaps the Terrorblade, right? Crap ton of armor. You can kind of deal with the Sven later on, but now they have this Juggernaut, who probably is going to end up building it to the axe and just trying to fight with the team. But can they realistically achieve that against what Czech Republic have as the draft right now?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be very difficult. Again, like someone moves out of position, Mars just needs to spear them back into the rest of the team, and you're very quickly able to burst them down. So I feel like that's going to be a big issue that they face. I'm just trying to think of what other mid laner they want as well. I really like the Ember Spirit Band.
There's the Void Spirit. There's still two out of the 3 Spirit Brothers that can be in the middle lane, the Void and the Storm.
And they do have the last overall pick, right? They've got that advantage of having second pick, so they'll be able to respond with a favorable matchup to whatever gets picked up. It's probably just those 2 heroes, right, that are left out of the more common ones.
The Lash, I suppose, if we're looking at something other than the Spirit Brothers.
Sniper? Yeah. I mean, the Lash is good when comboed together with a Mars, but, like... I mean, it's a good way to actually put a lot of pressure on. Like, they can very well play early with the Czech Republic lineup, right? Like, you don't need the Sven to be there. Mars plus Leshrac plus Enchantress plus Snapfire, that is plenty of damage and plenty of tower taking potential. And when one of your cores is already the Earthshaker, he's not great at taking towers, right? Like, maybe when the rest of the team is around, you can do it, but it's not like you can just go sit off on your own and try and take them. As a Lesh, you can. As a Snapfire +1, you can. Juggernaut, he needs to be farming. So for Montenegro, I feel like with this last pick, they just need to tick too many boxes for it to be really effective. They need something that takes towers, they need something that front lines, and they also need something that's able to get it onto the back lines. And I can't think of any hero that does all 3.
Yeah, I mean, Kunkka is already banned out, so realistically, I don't think there's any other heroes that can do it. They don't have the Timber available for this game. So they go back for the Void Spirit.
It's probably the one that ticks the most of those boxes, right? Like,
yeah,
you can juke out Leshrac stuns, you can, hold a Sven in place, you can get out of the Arena of Blood, you can use the Astral Step to get it onto the back lines. You can't take towers, but you can quickly, take out creep waves to allow your Juggernaut to. Still, despite all of that, unless we get like some amazing teamwork coming out from Desper and Pritizak together, I think this is probably going to be Czech Republic's game.
So this is not unlike Game 1, where both teams look even. Would you agree that Czech Republic strategists look way stronger in Game 2?
I
more
do.
Uneven game?
I feel like the Enchantress count as the Elder Titan. I feel like they're lacking in tower damage on Montenegro's side, where they're absolutely not on Czech Republic. I feel like they're lacking in team fight, honestly, on Montenegro, where they're absolutely not on Czech Republic. They're lacking in stuns on Montenegro, where they're not on Czech Republic. Like, they're tankier on Czech Republic's side as well, so it would have to take a very significant outplay to happen for Montenegro to take this. I think particularly their safe lane is one that they really need to prioritize on winning, because early on Mars is kind of squishy. You can kill him, especially with something like a Juggernaut that's able to dish out a lot of magic damage super early. So we'll see if they're able to accomplish that.
We have seen Montenegro almost, make a miraculous comeback in the Game 1. I mean, they were able to work some magic against Czech Republic, but this game probably would demand a bit more of that. We'll see if they can at least tie up the series. And for Czech Republic, if they can get the Game 2, that is awesome. If Montenegro can tie it up, they do slightly ruin the chances of Czech Republic moving forward through the group stage. 5-man smoke out from Montenegro. They want to look for that level 1 kill.
Let's see if it works this time. Anti-Mage spoiled the party last time. And Enchantress is putting up some nice deep wards there. She's got the Blightstone as well, so going to be doing a lot of harass. And, well, she ended up popping it. The Void Spirit ended up walking too close, and you can see here, Hootie, he's just making sure to stand right on the tip of the staircase, so that they pinged over as well for Poloki to do the same. I have to be a little bit careful here, though. I don't know how confident I would feel about walking into this. They knew they were there.
And it's first blood for Pritizak. When the Void Spirit getting that goal. That's pretty weird, right? I mean, Senny, he's doing a great job. He has the ward on the cliff. He would break the smoke if they walk close, but... Well, the Snapfire getting a bit too far forward.
They'll be able to claim at least one bounty rune, ironically on the other side of the map, with the Sven standing inside their own triangle. Oh, they double stun, and Lesh is able to take it. So, 2 for 2.
Yeah. I guess it's not too bad. At least they were able to claim the same amount of bounty runes. But of course, this Void Spirit, he's gonna get his bottle. Just because of that first blood. That bottle is coming up in another 20 seconds. So he's already off to a good start.
Absolutely. Wonder where Lesh is going to look to put this rune as well. Hasn't had the time to place it yet with all the action that happened super early on.
Is there going to be much fight? Of course, you have Gizmo having his buff removed by the Ench. And that's pretty much feels like it will be the story for the first couple of minutes, right, in lane, where this Enchantress will just wait for the Astral Spirit to return, and then takes it away from this Elder Titan.
Yeah, and as well, I can see here, say he's looking to man fight against Gizmo. Don't hate it. I mean, it's so hard, right? Like, you want to have the enchant to be able to take over one of these creeps so that you can look to have a little bit more effectiveness in harassing, but you have to hold the enchant just so that you're not able to run at them with this enchant. Yeah, immediately gets rid of the buff, looking to put a bit of harass in. And like I was talking about before with how Montenegro needed to win this lane because of how much stronger I feel Czech Republic's draft is, if you're not going to have the Elder Titan with the right clicks looking to harass the Mars down while the spin's going with the Juggernaut, I just feel like you're not going to have the damage to do it.
And that was also a question that I had in mind, and I wanted to ask you, if this Elder Titan just keeps having his buff removed by the Enchantress, is there anything else that he can accomplish in the lane? Because it kind of his main function just gets completely nullified by that one spell, right?
In the lane, no. I feel like he can absolutely look to get some stacks off, though. Something like a Juggernaut or a Void Spirit are great at taking stacks, at least super early into the game, around the 7-minute mark, just so that you can combo that together, get those early neutral items as well. So I feel like even though the lane might not go great for you, as long as you can set up the equilibrium so that it's, pushed back towards his tower as much as possible, you can look to start getting some of those stacks going really early. And Elder Titan, of course, with the Spirit, is one of those great heroes at doing that.
So he didn't block the camp, so Sandy gets himself a very early Centaur Conqueror, but they might try to go on to him. They got the Spirit, the Echo Stomp, it's actually going to land on the edge. So they're going to cut Sandy down, chop him.
What?
He cancels the TP. There is a spin from Cool Daddy, that's a free kill.
Okay. Well, that's a couple of misplays from the supports that we didn't see in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely a weird one. A weird TP cancel. Of course, he deserved that tip. That's reserved for misplays. But I suppose the Mars isn't too worried. I mean, he has 16 lasses and 9 denies over this Juggernaut. So he's putting a lot of pressure. He's doing super fine in lane, despite that Enchantress go down, kind of like a small price to pay.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the creep wave was still pulled. That is one thing that I do want to see a lot more from these supports. Now Ench has got the Sentry Ward available, but considering the fact that the lane was already pulled, you don't really care. Like, a Sentry Ward's not going to do all that much. You're looking to try and maybe get a kill onto Gizmo here. Nah, Hoodie just looks to grab the creep wave. But definitely, like, Senny needs to put the Sentry Ward down. You can't just let an Elder Titan freely, consistently have creeps to be able to get that Astral Spirit buffer. And he's not even going to body block it, which I'm pretty damn surprised about. Luckily enough, he gets the worst camp in the game, the Kobold Foreman camp, which the entire camp can barely kill one creep. So that just shows how bad it is at being able to be one of these lane pulling creeps.
Yeah, and at the same time, in Czech Republic, they did stack up that median camp there. So Gizmo, he has a huge buff coming his way. Of course, Sandy can easily remove it with the enchant. And yeah, Gizmo, all of his effort down the drain. At least, not able to get those couple of hits in onto this Enchantress. And I think unless Sandy walks out of position, there's no way Montenegro will be able to kill him.
Yeah. He's always in place, Senny. Like a rare misplay coming through from that TP cancel, but other than that, we might even look to go for this big pull. Obviously, hating the previous camp, and nice vision there. They're able to get another kill again onto the Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, just a cookie forward onto him. He just cleaves through the Skywrath. I mean, this Shaker, he's getting those farm. Obviously, compared to the Sven, you know, Hemi is just having a way better game. In fact, he's gonna consume that Verifier, walks forward with the Storm Hammer. They have the cookie, follow up, and Scatter Blast straight in the face of Sanity.
Outside as well.
Yeah, getting kills
kind of low.
all over the map. This is, you know, Czech Republic really having a great game. They bring Skyrev mid, but he is level 2, so you get the bottle refill. Split of dodge, then he gets a kill onto Gizmo in the meantime. Czech Republic getting kills left, right, and center. The Aether Remnant with the pullback, but they just don't have the damage to kill off the Leshrac.
Snapfire was able to deny herself to the neutral creeps, so not giving any experience away. And even like, even when Juggernaut is able to get a spin-off, like the Enchantress is still dealing a good amount of damage. You know, you've got the Blightstone, so you've got that minus armor. You've got 2 points in the God's Rebuke, and he's gone for this, you know, pretty heavy strength build with the Bracer into the Soul Ring. So you're taking a lot of damage, even when you're trying to output your own damage on this Juggernaut.
It feels like a game where you think Hoodie is going to go for the armlet. You know, it feels like it has been quite a pretty popular build, right, on this Mars. I think Collapse is building that a lot at TI.
Cool Daddy has to be a little careful here, and yeah, ends up dying.
Yeah, gets netted by the troll and throws a spear through. I mean, this is the lane that, you know, Montenegro needs to have a decent, you know, opening, but now they lose the Juggernaut once in the course. The Elder Titan doesn't feel like he's stacking much camps for his jog as well. He's trying to contest this edge, but to no avail. So a pretty good start for Czech Republic, just kind of according to plan.
Yeah, and it's one thing that you never really want to have to do as an Elder Titan, but just because of how strong this Enchantress has been in lane, Gizmo actually stood inside the hard camp there and makes sure to block it. So now he's not really going to have any creeps to be able to get that Astral Spirit buff from, but it's not like it's been really useful anyway. So yeah, he's going to come back to him, immediately gets the enchant off onto him, he's going to get chased down, the Hadouken creep as well. He's looking to chase him a little bit here, he should be able to get away just in time, might actually be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, the Blade Fury coming through from Cool Daddy, and damage is just enough. A punish onto Seni. Yeah, a bit overzealous trying to chase down Gizmo on that high ground, but in the meantime, the Voice Spirit is getting chased all the way back to base. Of course, that give Leshrac some room to work with on that mid lane, so do some damage to that tier 1. They're gonna try to kill a Hoodie.
They'll try, but well, maybe with the Omni Slash, if he's locked in place there. Oh, the damage coming through from the Arcane Bolt was enough to break it.
Yeah, and they lose the Skywrath as well. Sandy getting that kill, and of course, Cool Daddy, he's just going for it.
You'll take
so
anything.
Support trade. But that means that Sanity Eclipse is in danger. I mean, they abandoned this Earthshaker in the bottom lane. Hoshka is just gonna run down with the Haste Rune. And of course, just mow through him with the Pulse Nova.
Now, what build is this Juggernaut going? He hasn't queued anything up just yet. He's only got the Power Treads and the Magic Wand. It's not a Battle Fury game. Like, there's way too much armor. There's way too many ways to divert a lot of the physical damage. I feel like it has to be a Maelstrom game.
It's gonna also help accelerate that farm as well, right? And also help him farm fight a bit more efficiently, I suppose. I mean,
yeah,
Pritisak isn't having the best game either compared to Lesh. He's going for the Spirit Vessel build, so I suppose that is gonna definitely help him. They find Paloki, he's gonna use the cookie, avoid that Aether Remnant, good split off onto 2, and Hoshka just goes for Diabolic Edict. The Mortimer's Kisses to follow up. They will kill off both Gizmo and Pritisak as a double kill for the Snapfire.
A bit of a misplay there from Pritisak. The one play that I would have seen there was actually using the Dissimulate a bit closer to the Snapfire, because there's that minimum range that it has, so he would have been able to dodge out a lot of that damage. He still had the 2 charges of the Astral Step there, and again, Skywrath just goes down again. This is 4 deaths on a Skywrath when you don't have the setup for it. This is why I was such a big hater. Like, let's just call it that. I am a hater of this Skywrath unless you've got an amazing setup with something like a Legion Commander, where you're able to really amplify the core that you're linked together with so effectively.
Where does Skywrath stand on that list of heroes you hate? You know, we have obviously there's Techies, there's Magnus, there's Tiny. Where does Skywrath stand?
I mean, Techies is near the top. I don't hate Tiny. I just think he's way too strong and I don't want to have to play against him, you know? Skyreth is just a bad hero if it's not in the right lineup.
But they killed the courier Hoshka, but thankfully the courier delivered that new scepter. Of course, Gizmo on that solo smoke mission, scout out some camps, put some wards down, block some camps from the Sven. Czech Republic, they are in the jungle of Montenegro, so they know that this jug is trying to farm there. Daddy doesn't have much space to work with. You kind of need the support to protect the jungle, but I don't see how they can do that against the draft of Czech Republic at this point of time. They get the arena on the Shaker, and he is in a horrible spot. That's an instant death. The Aether Remnant pull back on the Snapfire, but this Elder Titan can't really do too much. At the Skywrath with the slow, but that fresh juice will bring Pretty into the air and down into the Split Earth and the Cookie follow-up. The double kill for Hoshka, and of course the Skywrath just sitting there, throwing out some arcane bolts, but to no avail. Hemi might just go for him. Got the Stormhammer, of course God Strength used, but there's the Echo Storm just to buy some distance. Desperate does get away.
I was about to say, well, they used the glyph and they popped the God Strength. You could just start hitting tier 2s already, but maybe not without the Leshrac there. I mean, the difference between this game and game 1 is that around this time, it wasn't a 6k net worth lead. I think it was about 2 or 3 that Czech Republic had at this time. But you don't have this Ursa. You don't have this hero that if you win one team fight, you can suddenly just immediately take another objective, like Roshan, for example. You know, they're losing a lot of their towers, and it's like, I don't see how something good can eventually come from it, you know? Pritisak actually goes in, close to the rest of the team.
A good start, but unfortunately no Earth Splitter just yet. They're gonna start spitting out fire. He is out of range. Pritisak barely surviving that engage. But there's 4 members of Montenegro on that bottom side. Again, no ultimate for both the Skywrath nor the Elder Titan. Oh, he just got level 6. They're gonna use the arena, the stomp, a bit out of range, gets sent into the wall, and he's pretty much gonna be taken down once more. Seni grabs the kill as we have a random Snapfire past the tier 2. He's just gonna walk in with Scatter Blast and a casual 2-man cookie. I mean, the impedance from Seni, level 8 Enchantress. They buy back on the Shaker. They will spin Paloki into the grave.
He really wants that Echo.
Yeah, killing spree for Cool Daddy, a fissure to follow up, blocks off Seni from his escape route, but there is a tree line that he can walk through, and Seni might just hop and skip away, and he's out. He's in the safe spot. Pritisak gets caught by Hoshka in his own triangle. I mean, Sanity Eclipse is walking forward, but there's no follow-up damage from the side of Montenegro, and I don't think they can do anything more than that.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to datdota.com, very good site for all your stats, and just have a look at the 13-minute mark of the game. If you've got an 8k net worth advantage, what that actually means in terms of how likely you are to win the game, because I'd say it's approaching 100%.
I would take the shortcut and look at win probability. Dota Plus says 83%.
Alright, let's see how that matches up. Most recent patch. 13 minutes, 8k, yeah, 100%.
100%, yeah, so now it's gone down a bit.
Just as I tapped out to look at that, we get 2 kills on the course, so yeah, maybe getting a little bit too confident. What's it like at 7k for 14,000?
It's still 100%?
No, it's like 80, so...
So that's a 20% difference.
There's a chance.
So we went from 100 to 80, and it's just a 1k difference. And that's a lot. I mean, Dota Plus only reduces that by 1%, so you know we're looking at a huge margin. But for the Juggernaut, he's definitely going to be happy with that, getting participating in these early kills despite not having the best early game. I mean, he's still pretty far behind the Sven. Got that fresh Maelstrom, going for his Yasha next. I mean, the supports, they really are struggling to keep control of the jungle for this Juggernaut. In fact, Seni gets enchant onto Despa, trying to run him down. There's the Ancient Seal Silence, so Seni won't be able to get the job done. The Echo Storm completely misses, and I think Despa needs to run, but yeah, he's dead.
What can you do as this Skywrath, you know? Like, it's unfortunate, but they put themselves in this position. There was no need to draft the Skywrath at that point. Pritisak really keen there. I mean, if they were quick with their follow-up stuns, he would have been dead. And Sanity's Eclipse, he really wants this Echo Slam, but he's not going to get it. Oh, he'll try.
Manages to press the button, but only connecting on Hoshka, who took 0 damage from that.
They might even Roche now. Like, they don't have Echo Slam. Why not? I mean, I guess you are against Elder Titan, who's one of the best Roche defenders in the game. But they're free to do whatever the hell they want right now on the Czech Republic side.
I just realized the Void Spirit only has 4.7k net worth, and then you look at the post for Eng, who is pretty close. Just 500 difference.
Yep. Oh, she's even got the Ghost Creep. One of the best neutral creeps you can get, even though it's only from a small camp.
And we have a Turtle Shroud from for the Lesh. So he's not going to die. And he found Skyraf again. Even the sleep is not going to save him. Pretty sucky jumps in, but he's taking a heap of damage from the Diabolic Edict. Has to back off. Gizmo almost getting solo killed by the Edge, and he might actually die thanks to that cookie from Grandma Paloki. 16 minutes, we're looking at a possible high ground. The spear from Honey lands. That's the split herb. No, not coming out just yet. The Simulate is there. Look at Seti, he's diving past tier 3s.
Just pop the Edict.
What did he do? And there we go, the spin. Seni is far away. Hoshka got a blocked by the fissure, but they just arena to buy some distance, get some space. The spear to send the Skyrab back. A TP coming up a pretty sack into a splitter, and Scatterblast to follow up. Montenegro get a 3-man fissure, get a no pullback on the Aether Remnant. They still want Paloki though, as this Snapfire is being a pest. But Czech Republic, they are, it feels like they're ready to fight. Miku Daddy can't even stand up in front of this Sven.
Yeah, they were nearly able to get the... They can definitely get a kill here onto this Void Spirit. Nice stun, though. Coming through
the cookie brings it over the wall. He might die of this. There's an Earth Splitter. He has the Eternal Shroud. One of his crystals is out from Paloki, but they do lose the Leshrac. Bit of a mistake. But they fight Pretty Sack in the back lines. So, trading both mid laners. That's a Pretty Sack acknowledging that sick aim from the Snapfire, but of course, it's still a 1-for-1 trade at the high ground defense.
Feels like they're getting a little too confident right now in Czech Republic, just going for these deep dives that might come back to bite them. I mean, the Juggernaut has been able to certainly skyrocket his farm a lot. He's almost finished up his Manta style, which is a nice little bonus to be able to have. He's also level 13, which is the second highest in the game. So he has been playing this well, you know, just playing away from the rest of the team, making sure that he's getting all of that solo XP. That's one of the downsides of just grouping up as 5. And, you know, what seemingly overwhelm the other team is that someone, if they do decide to split up and farm, they're going to at least get the levels going back their way and, you know, maybe turn up and be that raid boss that's hard to kill.
And we get even more protective items on the side of Czech Republic. We get a mech on the Snapfire. Cody just got his pipe of insight. So all the damage from Montenegro, it feels like that it's going to be heavily nullified. I mean, Hoshka is already tanky enough. Now you put a pipe on top of it. You have the heal from the mech. Czech Republic goes straight into the Roshan pit. And I'm sure there's another title on Montenegro's side, but do they want to contest this?
I think they do. They just picked up a Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker, so they need to clear out this wave and they need to smoke immediately and get over there. Will it be quick enough? Don't know if it will.
Nah, I don't think so. It's overwhelming damage from the side of Czech Republic. I mean, Montenegro, they're getting close. The smoke is probably going to pop as Cool Daddy. He's going to be first one moving forward. The road still goes down. They get a good silence. And look at that. Almost no damage on the Snapfire. The Omni Slash only connecting on the Edge Creep. And of course, the Echoes to follow up. They keep this Sven in place. They're going to try spinning to death with the Spirit Vessel. He's still fighting. You get the break. The Storm Hammer. The Aegis finally goes down. But Hoshka already got himself a double kill. The Juggernaut also goes down. Everyone from the side of Montenegro is low. Pretty sad. Still running away with 30% health. Runs straight into 2 members of Czech Republic. And Seni is dominating on this edge. They almost found the Skyraf with TP to safety. But that was the fight. That Montenegro seemed like they had a chance. But that Aegis was the lifesaver for Czech Republic.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand wanting to group up as 5 and smoke, right? Like, but that's one of those ones where you need to put the Elder Titan in. You need to push him in early and make sure that he's, you know, in place. They knew they were roshing. You know you're against a Sven as well that's probably going to pop his God Strength to do it. So, I mean, imagine if they had an extra 2 seconds, you know, to be able to get to that fight.
Well, they do have the fissure block to buy a bit of time. Everyone is back up alive, and there's a glyph available as well. They're gonna immediately use it. Of course, the pipe just to protect the creep a bit more. The remnant, oh, the cookie, a bit of a mistake. They fissure block the Mars. Of course, there is the mag. Force staff him in, but the blink in for the Shaker into a Stormhammer. It's gonna give Seti another kill. They do lose the Mars as Seti gets himself a double kill. It's Gizmo now getting ran down by Hoshka. This Slash being a menace, the healing ward keeping Gizmo alive. Of course, the Boomer Spear from the Astral Spirit also helping out. But
just give Seti the rampage. That's what I want to see.
I don't think Montenegro can stop this. You know, this is going to be Rex, a set number 1 for Czech Republic.
I mean, they did all of that without Leshrac having the Nether Shawl as well. So now that he's got that, it's just so much additional damage that you're going to be able to pump out. In addition to the Soul Booster, plenty of HP, plenty of mana. Leshrac is just dealing so much damage in these team fights.
Nature's attendance for him. Got pretty side dives in with the use. Clips follow up. But of course, Hemi now pops the God Strain, going straight for the Shaker. The Elder Titan also dies. And just almost 2-shot this Voice Spirit, who does dissimulate backwards, try to go for Hemi, and of course they get the Sven back, but again, 4 dead on Montenegro. Only 21.5 minutes in, and that tier 4 is under threat from the side of Czech Republic.
They could just go top. You know, they've got an entire creep wave here with a siege creep. Like, just take it a little bit slower. And I think, as good as an Enchantress is, she's not going to be able to take these tier 4 towers on her own. She might settle for the effigy though. Oh, ironically, it's the heroic effigy of triumph. Never give up from the Earthshaker on the enemy team, and well, that's what we're seeing here. Clearly playing with a lot of pride for their country, but I just don't think it's going to be enough, unfortunately.
Seni just shipped a Hurricane Pike to himself.
Yep. He's 10, 3, and 4. Ahead of your Void Spirit. Ahead of the enemy mid laner as a support.
Yes, he has the same amount of kills as the Lesh on a post 4 Eng. He's the same level as the Jub. I mean, the same can be said for Paloki on the Snapfire. They're both level 14.
It was a great way to round out that first phase of the draft. You know, they pick this Earthshaker Elder Titan combination, immediately respond with the Enchantress. It's good as a position 3 and a position 4, and it just completely nullified the effectiveness of the ET. That's the thing that I'm a little disappointed with on Montenegro's side, is that they didn't realize, like, after... might finally kill Seni, never mind. After like the 5th time that it happened, never mind, more action.
Oh boy, the arena in, they get the Snapfire for a Skyrim Mage. Earth Splitter, deal 0 damage to Hoodie. Spiking in percentage, it feels like the pipe is just a big no-no button. Instead, he's just running at the course of Montenegro. Instead, he just fight Cool Daddy, getting pulled back with Aether Remnant. Blink in, Spear by Hoodie, sends the jump into the wall. A good 3-man vision. Now Cool Daddy will Manta and Omni Slash. Goes for the end, kind of swap over to Hoodie. Now you have the God Strain from this man in the back line. This Eng, he's not willing to die. The pick pull out. Sunfans watching Cool Daddy die with his favorite item. Nothing much that the Jug can do. An Echo Slam onto 3, and Fastanity Eclipse finally gets something done with that ultimate, but at the cost of his own life. And of course, Pretty Sack now also getting run down by the members of Czech Republic. The Impetus will do the job. 3 more dead on Montenegro.
What can you say? Seni Gaming. That's all it is.
Yeah, this is Czech Republic with overwhelming dominance in this game. Of course,
no, they forced
Seni into the fountain. Well, you get the kill. Of course, kind of Seni kind of feeling a bit too good about himself, but of course this is most likely a dieback on the Skyrim Mage. Gets sent into the wall by the spear, and lightning storm on top. He uses the Mystic Flare, and Hoodie will just eat all of it up for supper. One of his kisses from afar. The great cannon of Snapfire is raining down hellfire on the side of Montenegro. They do stun up Hoshka, who doesn't seem to be phased at all, as Czech Republic have their eyes on the racks.
Their eyes there. They're taking their time though.
Again,
walking around, not even caring about that healing ward. It's dealing with a lot of the damage that they're able to dish out. Still not enough healing to be able to keep Pritisak alive.
Yeah, that's the second set of racks, and while all of this was happening, Sven isn't even there. And that's GG.
They're calling it.
can't do this no more.
Yeah, I just felt like that was a complete outdraft coming from Czech Republic. They had everything that they could have possibly needed to respond to Montenegro's draft, as well as set themselves up for success with their own. So, unfortunately for Montenegro, I believe that will leave them winless in their group, while Czech Republic, they take a couple of games, which is a nice little reward for themselves. Seni MVP.
Yeah, this ends 12-4-7 on this position 4 Enchantress. And if you blink, you might think that she's a post 3 and we get a Mars post 4. This on 4-2-16. But overall, Czech Republic, they got everything kind of planned out perfectly. This Elder Titan didn't get to do anything in the lane, and since he also did not get to stack much for the Juggernaut, who subsequently was not able to recover in any way throughout the game.
I mean, when there's 51 kills in a 25-minute game, you don't get much chance to talk, but that was kind of what I was trying to say, like, the lane didn't go well, oh, well, it's an outdraft. You got to do something else. You got to change it up. You got to try and salvage something out of it. And I feel like if he was able to get a couple of triple stacks in his own jungle, allow the Void Spirit or the Juggernaut to take it, then maybe you won't be quite as far behind. Where the Leshrac was free to just do whatever the hell he wanted, whereas Void Spirit, it felt like once he picked up the Spirit Vessel, they weren't getting any kills. So they weren't able to actually get value out of that 2,000, well, probably more, like nearly 3,000 gold purchase.
And if I remember correctly, the Void Spirit also had a pretty horrendous lane, right? They sent Despa in to try to recover it, but the Skywrath, is it safe to say that he kind of had zero impact at the entire 25 minutes?
Yes. Not a fan. Maybe if they paired it with, like I said, the Legion Commander, or even I would take a Mars, honestly, for just pairing together with an Arena of Blood and a Spear. But an Earthshaker, no, you're not going to lock them down for long enough.
Yeah, and well, that settles it. The series between Czech Republic and Montenegro. Czech Republic with a 2-0 victory. The first one was pretty close, but the second one was just a dominant one. Montenegro, they still continue the group stage winless. The Czech Republic will nail themselves 2 wins. We will go for a break, and when we come back, it is time for Hungary to take on Syria Arab Republic. That is going to be a game to watch out for. So do stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything. Time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Game 2021 Singapore Open Qualifiers for the EU region. Of course, I'm Husky alongside Danok. Yeah, we have had a pretty long break, but of course, we are just here to kind of update you guys on the situation. In fact, we are the next game that we're going to be watching. It will be between Team Syria and Hungary, but we're still waiting for that game one to resolve. So, as the current state, I believe Syria is having a lead, although we're not able to broadcast it right now.
Yeah, it could go either way, but mid to late game at the moment, and it's looking like Syria have a little bit of an advantage. But we will be back with game number 2. There's all sorts of games going on at the same sort of time. You can't catch every single one at the same time, unfortunately. But we'll be sure to give you the action as soon as it's available, because we want to give you the story from the start to the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to give everyone a quick update, coming up we have Hungary versus Syria for the game 2, and of course to close out the day we have Azerbaijan taking on Turkey. We will be covering the entire best of 2, so 3 more games coming up after this. We will cut back to a short break, and hopefully when we come back we will finally see some more Dota action between Syria and Hungary. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Game 2021 Singapore Open Qualifiers for Europe. I'm Husky. Alongside with me is Danok. We are ready for game number 2 between Syria and Hungary. And I believe Syria, they won game 1 after a 41-minute performance. So super excited to jump straight into the draft. But any expectations? We got to witness the tail end of game 1.
Well, surprise, surprise, we're not seeing any Tiny, no Monkey King, no Io, no Bane. So, what slipped through that last time around? There's Magnus is in the pool. Wouldn't surprise me to see that come out in this first phase here. Probably feeling a little bit stronger about picking it up if I was. I feel like the onus is on Siri to pick it up with that last pick of the first phase because, like we saw at TI, Rubik hasn't really been removed from the pool, so you could still very well look to counter out a Magnus pick with a Rubik in this first phase. So that means that Hungary, even if they were to look to take one of these last 2 picks, I hate this pick. I hate their pick because they can just Bloodseeker now. It doesn't really matter if you play it as a position 4 or a position 3 or a position 5, you're still going to be useless in a team fight. And if you can just take out a hero with one of your abilities, then like what's the point, you know? I really am not a fan of opening up with a Pangolier, and I would be stunned if they don't Bloodseeker or Wyvern or Grimstroke to respond to this.
Yeah. And for Syria, yesterday when they played their game, they did pick up heroes like a Night Stalker as well. In game 1, they were the one who played the Bloodseeker. Across Hungary, I believe the first pick was the Io Lesh. Of course, Io banned out. They also had the Mars, perhaps one of the picks that they could confidently open up with and not reveal too much about the draft. But the Bloodseeker would definitely be interesting. I'm not sure if they played it before. In fact, I think they're going to stick with the Keeper of the Light, a pick where I believe yesterday they also revealed against their match. Was it Great Britain? I don't remember. But there was a Keeper of the Light.
I think they're in different groups. It wouldn't have been Great Britain. I think that group's done now. So they're in Saudi Arabia's group, I believe.
Moldova. Yeah, it was against Moldova. So yeah, they also picked the Keeper of the Light Tidehunter opening. So it's kind of the same opening from yesterday's game against Moldova.
And it's such a good Bloodseeker game still, but they've gone with a Tidehunter as Scorpsmurf. He's actually looking to spam a little bit of the T-Governor voice lines as well. Can someone please explain what's happening in this game, he says. And I don't know, maybe they were expecting the Bloodseeker ban themselves. I'd be surprised if they didn't do it, although now you don't really need to, right? Like the Tidehunter's been picked up. There are so many heroes that just set you up really well for the laning stage as well. I suppose the Bane is gone, but anything to just lock someone in place to be able to get that blood right off is amazing. Just to be able to snowball you super early game. They wouldn't do a mid Tidehunter, would they? Like against the Batrider, it's kind of good with a Kraken Shell, but not super early on. They've got plenty of time to be able to respond to this. Like I'm a fan of like a last pick Batrider. Like of the entire draft, but I think this early on you still can get counted out. Like, well, what if they just went and picked up, I don't know, a position 4 Vengeful Spirit or something like that, or something else that's just able to save from a good distance, something that's able to lock it in place. Our Bloodseeker, I'm still on the Bloodseeker train. You're not going to stop me, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, if they pick that Bloodseeker, where would Hungary put that Bloodseeker? Post 1, I suppose.
Position 1. Yeah. Nothing wrong with the position 1 Bloodseeker. I could honestly even see this being like a Tidehunter 5, and you could still do a Bloodseeker in the offlane, to be honest. Like, you've got that flexibility with a Tidehunter, I believe, where, a Gush to be able to set up into something else is really effective. It means you can go into a minus armor strat a little bit, which is kind of nice. It's very rare that your position 4s go minus armor, so it's not like a Keeper of the Light would be hindered by doing that. So do you think, you mentioned Team Hungary, you said they went the Io Lesh. Do you feel like they're setting up for their own Leshrac with this Keeper of the Light pickup as well?
Yeah, it definitely feels so. Feels like it could be the case. Because yesterday they ran the exact same strat, right? They had the Keeper of the Light, the Tidehunter, and then they picked the Lesh, I believe, and also the Luna and the Bane. Obviously, Bane is banned out for this game, but the Lesh and Luna, it worked out, great against Moldova at least, because they were able to just have this death ball composition, right? This Keeper of the Light just kept using chakra magic. You keep this Leshrac topped out. This Luna runs down every lane, and they just start demolishing the base at like 25 minutes into the game. I can definitely
and we saw in
see
that previous series as well, right? Like how good mana is on the Lesh, going the Eternal Shroud, right? Like that game was a stomp. Let's be real, but it's just so effective. It's the best hero to have it on, essentially.
I think the previous game, Hungary, I think they were really banking a lot in just in this Lesh morphling. But of course, Syria, they had this. I think it was an I don't even know what the Invoker is. I think the Invoker was a support. Like at one point, all of them were so fat. I think it was a Lina mid Invoker 4 or something, and then they had this Monkey King that made life miserable for Hungary. They banned out the Silencer and the Mars, so probably they don't want to give Syria the Mars, which I can definitely get behind that.
Yeah, I suppose. They're definitely like low skill. You can see he's the one that's doing the drafting for Team Hungary, and he's really like the star player. He's around rank 100 within the European server, so they want to enable him quite heavily, and he was the one that was keeping Team Hungary in it for a long time on his Morphling. Doesn't really seem like an amazing Morphling game this time around, but we'll see what they opt to go for. I don't mind the Legion Commander. You know, it's a good setup for, the duel plus the Illuminate. You should be able to get a good amount of damage done. It's a good purge to be able to stop the Bat Rider from dragging people away, or even just for the sticky napalm purposes. I don't hate it. I certainly don't. And hell, I believe you can even duel a Pangolier who's in the Rolling Thunder as soon as you get that level 10 with the extra duel damage, duel range.
You keep the Pangolier in place and you don't take damage. It's probably one of the funny interactions in the game. But with this LC pick, do you think that we're looking at an LC support right now for Team Hungary?
I think it depends where the Bat Rider is going to be, right? Like, they have the last pick overall in the draft, and so you're going to be able to respond to whatever Syria are looking to do. So if that was me, I would still be keeping it kind of open. I guess you've got a Tidehunter and an LC, though, so one of them has to be the position 5 hero, or at least most likely. Unless they want to run LC mid, right, into a Bat Rider, which it's not horrible. You just get that W and you're able to somewhat sustain yourself against the Bat. I think it's not a bad Storm Spirit game either. It's one of those few heroes that, like, you can definitely take advantage of all the sticky napalm that a Bat's going to be throwing your way if you just get a magic wand, right? And then you can use your own static remnant. You can harass him out with the overcharge. They're going to go to a Medusa. So looking to certainly protect the Medusa a lot. I mean, a Pangolier and a Bat Rider just creating so much chaos in a team fight really enables a Medusa to do what she wants. The one downside is that if this Bat Rider is a mid lane, it does love to be able to take a few of these jungle stacks, and that's what Medusa kind of wants to be farming. You can't stay in lane forever. So a little bit counterintuitive if that's the way that they want to do it, and they end up picking the Bloodseeker themselves. I mean, they know how strong it is. They, like you said, they played it the other day. It fits with their playstyle very well. There's going to be constantly people on low HP with whatever lane this Bat Rider's in. So I don't hate it, and I feel it is a bit of a block pick.
Yeah, they protect the Pangolier. This most likely
and the
put the Pangolier and the Bat. Probably put the Pangolier on the support with this Bloodseeker offlane, right? I believe it was was it Smasher? Toxic. Yeah, his in-game is Toxic. He was the one who was playing that Bloodseeker. And so far his hero pool that we've seen in this group stage has been heroes that can really run at your face. Bloodseeker and the Night Stalker are the top 2 on his list. Hungary responds with the Puck. So that's really a mid review. They want to keep that post one, for that last pick.
My concern is, where's the damage? How are you going to be able to kill this Medusa? Right, like a Tidehunter doesn't do a ton of damage. Legion Commander doesn't really do a ton of damage. Keeper of the Light can, but you're going to have a Pangolier and a Bat Rider and a Bloodseeker running at your face. It's really all on the puck right now, and they have very few ways to be able to get through this. So I think they need to pick a position 1 hero that naturally builds into a Diffusal Blade if you're going to have any chance of dealing with this Dusa. They ban out the PL. That would have been a fantastic pick, in my opinion, much better than the puck, if I'm being perfectly honest. Just because A, you buy Diffusal, you're good against the Medusa, and B, if it's in a team fight against the Bat Rider, or if the Bat Rider is even just in your lane, you've always got that Doppelganger so that you can get rid of the sticky napalm stacks. So, good ban by Syria. I think Hungary could have potentially drafted this a little bit better in terms of their order of things.
Yeah, and I was thinking of the anti-mage, but Syria, they have some ways to deal with him, but the best way is to take out the AM. There's still a couple of diffusal buyers. You have the Slark that was banned out. The Ursa. I was thinking of
Ursa's
the
probably
Naga
it,
Siren.
honestly. 10 seconds. Naga's okay.
Yeah, I mean they have set up for the Naga can set up, can disengage fight, but if you kind of have to pick like which one kind of feels better. I mean Naga can obviously go into that late game. You can always drag out the game. That's how Naga essentially plays out. But the Ursa and the Naga, like how do you weigh these two heroes?
I would probably do the Ursa, just because it does give them some damage, which is nice. You're going to be able to kill the Deucer, you ramp up your damage, it combos together quite well with the Legion Commander. I would probably... I mean, again, they have the last pick overall, so they're going to be able to respond to what these lanes are most likely going to look like, but I would probably run this Legion Commander as a 5, because I'm feeling like this Batrider is more likely to be... Is it going to be offlane? I don't know. We'll see what Syria do, basically. But what I'm saying is... you want the Ursa to be able to take first Roche, obvious, like that's what Ursa does, that's what you need to do if you're going to have any kind of success, but you need to make sure that you're not completely gimped in the laning phase, and so Legion Commander against a Batrider or a Bloodseeker even is going to be quite nice for that purpose.
Syria will pick up the Rubik. I suppose there's an abundance of spells from Hungary that this Rubik would love to get his hands on. So it feels like Syria, they are rounding up the drop pretty well. They have
so
the Rubik.
I think the Rubik's purpose, sorry to interrupt, is they were just looking for something that pairs together with the Bloodseeker to guarantee that you get a Blood Ride-off, basically. So this Batrider is mid now, Bloodseeker is paired together with the Rubik. I mentioned before that Bane is probably the best hero to combo together with it. So they're going to respond with a Drow Ranger, actually. So something a little bit different, someone that they're going to try and outrange this Medusa a little bit, but you're against a Batrider, you're against a Pangolier. So, I mean, their job is basically just to be on top of this Drow Ranger as much as possible. Like, you're not going to be in range to get caught in the Blood Rite. So, I don't know. I'm still preferring Syria's draft altogether. But this Drow, like, it provides something a little different than what I was expecting. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose they have, they have a front line. They have heroes to keep to supplement this Drow in fights, right? You have this TIE Hunter to stand in front. They have the Legion Commander to protect the Drow. Other than the Pango and Bat who can, get on top of her, I'm also looking at the Bloodseeker, right? Obviously, it is not easy to just walk up and rupture a Drow, but in the event that they do, it feels like, a hero like Drow, you don't really want to stand still and fight. And maybe that's one thing that Team Hungary will have to kind of work out as the game progresses.
Yeah, I mean, with a Drow, it's kind of weird, right? Like, I personally don't think you mind standing and fighting as a Drow Ranger, but you do need your team in front of you creating that physical barrier to prevent you from just getting run at. Because remember, like, Drow is so much less useful if you're just able to get something on top of her, whether it be Batrider or Pangolier, because you're not going to have the benefit of that marksmanship aura. It's based on if someone is close by to you on the enemy team. So I think it's not good enough to just rupture her. You need to rupture her and have someone ready to follow up. The other question I have is, you mentioned the Leshrac, which Hungary have done a few times, but they went the Puck instead. I mean, this is all I can really see the Keeper of the Light pairing with, right? Because, in a team fight, Puck's going to absolutely love having a lot of those lower cooldowns, and you can deal a decent amount of damage through using that. But is it going to be enough? Not quite so sure.
That's what I'm talking about.
Would you have preferred the Lesh for Hungary? Just for just laning purposes, and of course being able to kind of create more space around the map with that tower push.
I mean, if this was the exact same draft and you just swapped out the Puck for the Leshrac, I would be feeling really bad for Hungary, just because you've got the Bloodseeker, right? And what a Lesh wants to do is just turn on all of his spells and run at you, and that's what a Bloodseeker stops. So I feel like if they were going to do that, they would have needed to change their draft anyway. Looks like it's going to be the Legion Commander who's playing that position 5 role, so it's into this Bloodseeker Rubik combination. Not sure how great I feel about that. Like, you needed a beefy strength hero to stand in front of the Drow just to take the brunt of the damage, and I suppose she's alright at that. But, doesn't mean it's easy.
Yeah, I suppose when they show like both the Tide and the Legion Commander, and then they follow up with a Puck, one of these guys have to go into support. And perhaps Legion Commander is that one hero that can play support and still deliver during a fight, right? With the Prestige attack, just for that purge and for that regen. They do get the
I'm still favoring Syria though.
Yeah, I agree. I think I definitely do see Syria just having a better game overall. I mean, the lanes are pretty strong, and at the same time, I think that from judging from what we saw in the previous game and how this Drow Ranger probably needs some time to come online, I'm just concerned how Hungary is going to take those fights if Syria forces it onto them.
Mostly got caught by the blood right there. He should be okay. Drizzt is doing a pretty good job at being able to zone out this Rubik. You have a good movement speed advantage over a Rubik, 40 movement speed actually, and he's gone into the overwhelming odds instead of the press the attack, just to be able to deal out a good amount of physical damage. And again, they're just looking to chase down, trying for the body blocks actually, to allow the Drow to help, but well, I was about to say might end up costing him, but doesn't have the Fade Bolt just yet.
Just has to solve, has to get himself back up to good health. I probably gonna have at least at one point in that moment of courage just to be able to kind of trade up front with both the laners in the top lane. Obviously this Pango is in that 4th position. The camps are up. I mean that camp is obviously blocked by Tyrande. He's gonna make sure that Scorpsmith doesn't get it denied. Not sure if that sentry is in range regardless. But what are we looking at? What are we looking for in this middle lane between this Puck and the Batrider?
I think it just comes down to outplaying, right? Like, again, Puck's one of those heroes that doesn't mind spamming out her spells because you're going to be able to, shove out the lane and then go over to your small camp and getting a decent amount of farm. So having that magic stick is quite nice. Will she be able to hold onto the water rune? No, she's just going to pick it up before the bottle comes out to her in a couple of seconds, just wanting to absolutely secure it. And a good rotation from Tyrande as well, making sure to deny it away from the Batrider.
Yeah, we saw the pull from Syria, and of course the LC also got that pull off on a small camp. It's gonna at least get a split. He has TP. Yeah, realizing that he has no choice. I mean, that could have been his life. I guess Syria is managing the lane slightly better. Tyrande also is facing just harassment from Scorpsmith. This Pangolier is not letting this Cotto do his job properly. But I suppose if you have a TIE Hunter into Medusa, at one point you're just going to get your farm regardless on this TIE.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for both of these position 5s, the Pangolier and the Legion Commander, I expect them to be very poor this game because they're just consistently ferrying out any kind of regen to enable themselves to stand in on the front lines. And we saw there Drizzt just making sure to give the salve over to the Drow Ranger as well.
I almost feel bad.
But for this Pangolier, is it safe to say that he would probably feel less bad at level 6 simply because of that Rolling Thunder compared to that duel?
At level 6 in particular, yes, just because, like, when it gets to the late game, if you're able to get a good amount of lockdown in, then the Drow could still kill you, right? Like, you just lock you in place, let's say with a Legion Commander dueling you with that extra dual range talent, and then the Drow can just sit there and actually kill you while you're in the Rolling Thunder. So it does get to that point, maybe around, level 10 to level 12, where you're feeling a lot more anxious about it, but super early on, he's going to have a great time. Dream Coil doesn't stop you, Ravage doesn't stop you, Drow doesn't have the damage to stop you, Keeper of the Light won't be doing anything, and you've got a Legion Commander that's going to die if he tries to go in and duel you. So I'm really looking for Scorpsmith to make a lot of plays, particularly around the Batrider, as soon as he hits up onto his level 6.
I guess Syria is just looking for that quick timing, right? You kind of, I feel like this line just have a bit more potential to create that space for that Medusa to safely farm in the jungle. And like you pointed out during the draft, it is a bit counterintuitive that you have both the Medusa and the Batrider in the same lineup. So kind of, they kind of need to distribute that farm equally and I assume this bat is going to reach a point where he just runs around the map alongside his Pangolier. We're going to jump back into the game in a bit as this just resume. But yeah, is that going to be the case?
It's weird, right? Because they don't even have any stacks built up either on Team Syria at the moment. It's just it shows the importance of having this Pangolier in the lane to be able to protect the Deucer at the end of the game. Dragon Soul's Deucer is what's going to carry the game for Team Syria. They might actually get a kill onto Tyrande here if they're not too careful, and they do. So the slow coming out from the shield crash, in addition to the Orb of Venom slow with a swashbuckle, ended up doing it. It was just a little bit of a surprise unpause that came out there.
And just in time to catch the first blood, or at least the corpse of that Keep of the Light sinking into the ground. But of course, first blood going over to the side of Syria, we have the Medusa picking it up. So it's definitely an added bonus for Dragon Soul. Medusa getting a kill early on, and of course that Mystic Snake is gonna be bouncing around that creep wave. And with the Cardo now temporarily out, it feels like they're just gonna go on to Sectral. Of course, this TIE Hunter does have the level 1 Kraken Shell and has to gush, has to use the magic 1 stacks. Mystic Snake slows him down. But the Anchor Smash is gonna force Smurf away, at least for now. Tyrande, he's on the chase. But he has no idea where this Pango is and ends up not getting anything.
Surprisingly enough, he ends up staying. I mean, he's got the salve that Tidehunter needs to be able to stay in this fight. I mean, he's got a Tango ferried out to him, but they know exactly where he is because of the Bloodseeker. He's below that threshold needed for the Thirst. Finally, they give over the salve to him, allowing him to get back into the lane. But Dragon Soul, in the meantime, was able to take a full wave completely uncontested.
I mean, any extra kill for the Medusa is definitely a bonus. Low skill, lift it up. Blood Rite does connect, of course, the Thirst is going to start stacking up. Press the attack, keeping low skill. Healthy and topped up, but it feels like Toxic is just going to run at him. There's no Gust. Low skill, trying to at least get a trade back, but he still was the one that goes down first. He managed to get the Rubik, I suppose. At least he didn't go down for nothing, but if you are Toxic, you are happy with that trade.
Yeah, for sure. I'm surprised, like, he turned around slightly too early. He wasn't quite underneath the... oh, that's a huge kill on the courier. He wasn't quite underneath the tower, so he didn't have the extra armor, the 3 extra armor that came from that, and it allowed the Bloodseeker to just continue to run at him and deal a ton of damage.
That was a full magic 1, I believe, from this Medusa. Eliminated. Of course, 6-minute power rune.
And boots.
And boots. Yeah, that was from that Cardo kill. In 1 more minute without that item. Of course, haste rune bottle up by this puck. So at level 6 as well. Has the Dream Core available if Hungary wants to make a move. But low skill here is not having such a great time. On a one level behind this Bloodseeker, there is a stack beside the Radiant lane. Dragon Soul getting the gush on him. Does sidestep that illuminate the Scott Smurf with the shield crash. Of course, Swashbuckle to slow down Sectral. He still wants to chase with the gush. Dragon Soul has no more mana left. The body block off for Scott Smurf, but there's a Solar Bind to slow down this Medusa, and one last smash to the face with that anchor will give Sectral the kill. Now they get the Ravage, they will just use it. The Chakra Magic with Tyrande will secure this double kill for the TIE Hunter.
Nicely done. It's just moving around, and the courier is actually still floating in the air on that bottom lane. It's the ram, the flying ram. But on the top side, you talked about that first rotation coming from the puck. I mean, can't think of a better time to do it. I believe she popped the haste rune to make that happen, and yep, that was certainly the case. As Batrider was about to say, when he looks to make that rotation onto the top side, there is that juicy stack that was built up here, and he's going to be able to claim most of it, so at least his rotation wasn't completely wasted.
Yeah, actually, he does not have the lasso at 6. I suppose that doesn't see the need to go for the lasso right now. 4 points in Firefly just to kind of farm out those stacks early on before Medusa needs to take over.
Yeah, not just yet, right? Like, I feel like he's just prioritizing his farm super early on. Once he gets the Boots of Travel, that's when he really wants to have that Firefly available. So probably level 9, I would say. He's going to look to pick it up.
Right now, he's just clearing out the wave. It's no Dream Coil and Solar, so this Hell Foxy is not going to be too worried about that. He's casually taking the wave. Of course, in terms of network, they're both the same. Both mid laners kind of fit the same value. Pango steals away the Invis rune. As we see Syria, they are just putting a lot of pressure on this Draw Ranger. In fact, they've kicked it out of the lane, and it's now just the Legion Commander who should be okay, at least by a bit of time. Silence out of the blood, right? Immediate salve just to keep himself healthy. But now he's kind of trapped in this tree line, and yeah, there's nothing much the Driz can do. Toxic will claim that kill.
Not even using the press the attack on himself just to be able to survive for that little bit extra. A little surprising, if I'm honest. You know, any sort of time where you might be able to prevent the Bloodseeker from getting a couple of these last hits is, you know, advantageous, but doesn't opt to do so. It does mean that all that time that they spent focusing him, though, Low Skill is finally able to get some kind of farm inside the Dire jungle.
And Tyrande, he is blocking those camps. It's very deep in there in the triangle. Obviously steals a golem for himself, I believe. One of the granite golems was low. So this Caudle, what would be his function other than that mana battery for the puck? Is there anything else we're looking for in this Keep of the Light?
I mean, when Bloodseeker and Batrider are running at him, he can, running at them in a team fight, you can pop the Spirit Form, get the Blinding Light off, and prevent a lot of the damage that might be trying to get out onto the Drow Ranger. Just give her that extra couple of seconds to be able to create some space.
TP top from this puck, and of course they want Toxic for a second time. There is that rupture, but it doesn't really matter too much. Solar, he will stand still as Hellfox now joins in, gets the Flame Break. Multi-shot off, and a couple of right plays will finish off this Rubik. Hellfox able to drag around the back, but as he goes in for the duel, he might die, and yes, he does. Surrenders that +10 to the Batrider, but at the end of it, there was the Ravage committed, and Solar will get the kill. 3 for Hungary.
I think you're very happy with Syria for that. You know, Ravage off cooldown now. You've got the Lasso, good first use of it at level 9. So I always feel a little bit good when things happen like I think they will. But of course, you know, Ravage traded plus dual damage. You're fine with losing 3 heroes for that. Like, Dragon Soul was able to take mid lane tower as well at 10 minutes as a Deucer.
Yeah, that is actually crazy. Like, he hasn't... he's finally back in his jungle. Found himself a pick pole. But now the big ultimates are down for Hungary. I guess the duel is the one with the lowest cooldown. But even then, Driz, he's just spending time trying to keep this Drow Ranger healthy, making sure that he gets to farm. They bring this TIE Hunter top, they give the Caudle the free experience bot. It feels like things are definitely going super good for Syria, right? Other than the previous fight. Now they get the lane controls for themselves, the Pango will get to soak up XP for that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he needs right now. He's just a Rolling Thunder bot, basically, as the position 5. He did his job of making sure that Medusa only died once in the lane. Like, it's a strong lane that he was coming up against. A lot of damage that you're able to pump out as a Keeper of the Light, for sure. But now that he's done his job, he can look to be a little bit greedier for himself. You can see he's got the Blink Dagger queued up. If I was him, maybe I might go for something like an Infused Raindrops or just the magic stick, not even the full wand, just to be able to provide yourself with a little bit more of that sustain.
And the Tide is pretty much going to die. Yeah, sure, he has the Hood of Defiance, but the magic damage is quite overwhelming. The Firefight did expire, so maybe I spoke too soon. Still trying to, you know, do a backstroke where he stands. Of course, one last Fate Bolt saved to kill him off. The Puck just picked up that Veil of Discord. And how do you feel about this item on Puck right now?
On Puck, huh? I mean, it's not terrible, you know, if you're able to combine. I think it's specifically because he's together with the Keeper of the Light, so he's going to be able to spam out so many of his spells in quick succession that you're actually going to get, like, double value out of this Veil of Discord, plus everything that the Caudle's able to do, plus you've also got the Solar Bind as well on top of everything. Try and catch out this Bloodseeker. Yeah, this is a ton of damage.
And of course, the Blinding Light didn't really... It actually saved Hellfox because he broke the coil. Oh, this Ravage.
That's another missed Ravage.
Completely hits nothing. Of course, Toxic getting chased at by Driz. And
another duel.
The duel comes out, but there's no damage. This is not going to be a confirmed duel damage. But I guess they will kill off Toxic with the Blinding Light. Low Skill dies in the bottom lane, and it's just the support. I guess they brought in the Deucer and the Batrider. So that's
they use the Rolling Thunder as well for it. Yeah, I mean, anytime that you're killing the enemy core, and again, it was another Ravage that didn't turn out quite as they were expecting, you're totally cool with it.
Yeah, Tyrande gets this Rubik on the way out. So far, how are both teams looking? I mean, Hellfox, he will find himself that free Legion Commander. He's gonna slowly fry him. Nope, the frame break miss. Suppress the attack. Driz running to look for Roshan to help him out. but it doesn't really matter. Oh, Sectral, he has walked into a dangerous neighborhood. Obviously, the Flaming Lasso is not going to do too much. Firefly runs out, but Sectral, he is ruptured up. He's going to try to walk it off, I suppose.
Might be okay.
A Firefly
He's got
back
20.
up.
He's got 21 charges.
Yeah, that's the pick poke. He's just taking it up. Silence. Okay, Tyrande, he is here. Spirit Form, Blinding Light, and that's the coil. Into the Veil, Toxic, staying a bit too long, and he's gonna die. Solar Bind onto Hellfox, that's gonna expire. So Hungary, at least they get a Bloodseeker in return.
This Tidehunter is so annoying against a lot of these, like, you know, we just saw there the lasso, not that great. Same sort of thing with the Bloodseeker. You know, you're able to tank up a ton of the damage that he's able to throw your way. Hellfox has to be a little careful here. He doesn't have the greatest amount of mana.
Yeah, he's just casually clearing out the waves. I think he's doing fine. You know, he has the boost of travel, got a couple of ganks off. It's 3-1. Working towards that BKB, I think the Mithril Hammer will be delivered to him. So it's neat. Kind of 1,000 more go, 1,300 more go, 1,400 more go for the BKB recipe. But how is Hungary looking right now? We haven't seen the Drow Ranger much.
They're looking okay. I think, yeah, the Drow Ranger not having the greatest game is certainly hurting them. But the other big concern is that they have gone quite heavy into this magic damage lineup, right? And so the big concern for mine, if you're a fan of Hungary, is what happens when you get BKBs on Syria, because you've already nearly built into one onto the Batrider.
Speaking
of Drow Ranger, have to be a little bit careful here.
It's gonna be fine. Rolls away. Just teasing a re-engage, but there's not enough members of Syria to make something happen. In fact, I think they found Tyrande near the Roche Pit. But the most important part is still this bottom lane. We have Solar also joining. He has that Dream Core online. Might see Toxic though, and that's gonna use it. He will be ruptured, but he has the Orb Jones out of the Blood Rise, so he doesn't get silenced. Waning Rift, Phase Shift, by a bit of time. They get to do damage finally onto Driz and Frost Hellfox. Getting pushed forward into a
nice
Gust
Ravage.
and a Ravage on top of this Batrider. He is gonna go down. Low skill with a double kill on this Drow. And now Hungary with everyone at the bot lane, they are in full force.
And this is a Rubik that doesn't have a TP, so he's kind of just abandoned himself down here. He's going to use the level 1 phase shift stolen, but not going to be enough, unfortunately. I mean, again, the plus side is Deucer is farming, but the downside is you're letting the Drow Ranger back into this game, and these heroes that need to be consistently living and building up their farm further so that they have these BKBs so that they can contest into the Frost Arrows, the Ravage, the Dream Coil, the Blinding Light, Illuminate combinations. They're dead. They're on the sidelines. Like, Batrider has not extended his net worth, so he's getting the timing that he should have his BKB, is probably slow by like a minute or so. And Bloodseeker, it feels like he's really going all in onto setting up for a lot of these team fights. He's going the Atos first instead of a Maelstrom build, just to be able to allow himself to farm. So if you are Toxic and you're buying this Rod of Atos and they're not immediately getting kills afterwards, I think it might be the wrong decision. Whereas if you went the Maelstrom and you're able to farm up a little bit more, put some faith into your late game, then of course, you know, you're just going to extend the net worth lead that, well, I believe they should have, but it's still pretty damn close.
It feels like now Syria, they have slowly pivoted towards just giving this Medusa that unstoppable late game, right? Everyone just setting up for Gorgon, and hopefully, you know, Dragon Soul can just plow through everyone when she gets all her items. But if you are Hungary, of course, you know, we did point out this early on that they are going to be happy with how this Drow is back into the game. And now they're making a move again, spring forward into an Anchor Smash. Scotsmurf able to swashbuckle to safety. Now use the Rolling Thunder. They get Tyrande ruptured. Yeah, and his tendons, they're going to be exposed. And one last splash for the Illuminate, and he will still go down. So good pickoff on this Keeper of the Light, but nothing else that Syria can get out of it.
Absolutely not. We nearly got the Silver Edge finished up here by the Drow Ranger, so certainly making his way. Like, look how much he was able to come back into this game. Like, he was 6th on net worth for a long time, and he's only 2k behind the Medusa now.
Oh, the Dream Coil goes wide. First, the attack does keep this puck alive. That Blood Rite only connecting onto low skill, but it feels like Hungary, they're ready to fight this. They don't have the Dream Coil to keep Toxic in place, but they do have the Veil. And now the multi-shot slows him down thanks to the Frost Arrow. Blink forward by Solar. That is stolen away, but it doesn't matter. It's gonna be another dual victory for Driz. Another plus 10, 20 damage extra on this Legion Commander. Not that it matters too much. He has the Philosopher's Stone, so gonna need to win one more duel to break even.
All right, so this is the big timing right now for Syria. You've been able to go over to the enemy side of the map, steal a lot of their farm. You've got your Skadi up, as well as Manta Style on your Medusa. BKB is available on your Bat Rider. Maybe wait 30 seconds for the Lasso. Bloodseeker's about to respawn with that Rod of Atos. If now isn't the time to go, I don't know what is.
And for Hungary side, they just got the Silver Edge. It seems like they want to go for more. In fact, both Hellfox and I Love to buy back. Especially this Rubik's gonna break the smoke, run straight into this Legion Commander. The Ravage gonna come out. Of course, Smurf will try to disrupt this Drow Ranger with that Rolling Thunder. The buyback immediately out from that Rubik. They get this Drow Ranger rupture up, and they're running at her, making sure it's not gonna get too much. She's standing under the sentry, so she will still go down. Stonegaze using the backline as well as Dragon Soul running at Tyrande. 3 kills for Syria. And of course, Dianoc, that was the fight that you want Syria to take, and they found 3. Of course, have to expand the buyback. Sectro might be the 4th victim on the chopping block, as he is completely isolated at the Raiden base. They're trying to TP away, but they have to lift. They send him up, bring him back down. Atos into Blood Right. It's gonna take a while to bring this Kraken down, this Leviathan of a hero, but they will get it done. 4 kills for Syria.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed to do. Great job by Pangolier and Bloodseeker in particular, just making sure that... I mean, they realize, like, Drow Ranger, you have all of the offensive items that you need, but you need that defensive item. You need the BKB, otherwise every single team fight, Pangolier is just going to roll on top of you, and you're not going to have a game. So the fact that they were able to combo that together with the Atos to set up for it, into the silence as well, it was just very good team play that came out there from Team Syria. And, well, with the Ravage used in that previous team fight, and with the relatively lower cooldowns, they feel confident in being able to go for this Roshan. Like, Rolling Thunder's back up.
Yeah. And, well, they got themselves a Fake Grenade, and that is going to be useful against that Silver Edge. And they found that Legion Commander, pressed the attack, Flame Break, knocked him onto that cliff. Of course, Crossbow will just join him. This is some messy bowling that we are watching. Of course, he
He
has
could just
to buy
act
back
as a ward right now.
He just stands up there. They do see this putt, called Stolen Illusory Orb. It's kind of a pseudo blink for the Rubik. Hellfox walking forward. They want this dieback on the Legion Commander. Of course, it's not going to be that easy. Drow Ranger also coming. I think they saw him under that ward. It's going to be huge though. They lift him up, TP immediately to the mid lane. Of course, Low Skill wants to get away as Dragon Soul is working on the Roshan. But this Drow Ranger multi-shot takes out the Rubik. He's going to lose his life in return. Of course, 50 seconds on the deck. The Rubik, that was a dieback. They get a Dreamfall onto both the Medusa and the Pangolier. But this Medusa is just going to fight back. Puck has to get out. Tyrande, one last Illuminate. Dodged by the Blink Dagger from Scorch Smurf. And I don't think Hungary can contest this Roshan anymore. Miss Sectro is there. But Syria, they have plenty of time to work with.
It'll need to be the hero play with the Blink Ravage. Very nice use of the Fey Grenade as well, making sure that that's on top of the Tide Hunter. He's not able to get that Blink Dagger off. Kraken Shell will help him, but and finally, this is the first team fight, it feels like, where Medusa's actually been hitting the Tide Hunter, and you see what a big difference it makes.
And Driz, he is not going anywhere. The Stone Gaze, just for insurance purposes. Syria should be able to walk away with this Roshan. Miss Solar, he is still thinking about it.
Just deal with this Coddle. That's the main job right now that the rest of the team is trying to do.
That's the Rolling Thunder used as well. Now this Pango out of position. Roshan bashing Dragon Soul, buying a bit of time as Toxic is in with the A-Toss. There is the Orb. Can the Puck steal it? Yes, he does. He even gets the Roshan kill. Dragon Soul gets nothing out of that. Of course, Solar will have to possibly pay with his first life with that Aegis. Throws out the orb, he does go down. Multi-shot now from low skill, and look at this Medusa. It's completely confused. They buy back on the Pango. Hungary, how did they just get away with daylight robbery like that? They do fight Tyrande, and that Carter will go down. Toxic looking for low skill that does a bit out of range. Hungary, they just run away with the Aegis and the Roshan.
Yeah, that one's on Toxic, unfortunately. He needs to be carrying a dust around at these kind of team fights. You know, you can see he's going for the Aghanim Scepter, but, you know, you constantly need to be able to prevent a simple invisibility to be able to just run away from a team fight. That time around, Scorp Smurf, he had his dust on cooldown. So 2 people need it, and honestly 3. You can put it on the Bat Rider as well, which he's got one handy.
It's this kind of the hard reset from Team Hungary. The Aegis, expanded, immediately, but they got the Roche kill and they give nothing away to Syria. Sure, they they lost the Legion Commander, I think 2-3 times over that long sequence of event. They lost the Cotto as well. But I feel like if you're Hungary, you are completely fine with the event that just happened. In fact, they found Hellfox and Lostio, he's just coming in. Of course, Hellfox will drag this Cotto to the grave and he's gonna go for the TP and he should be able to get out. And he does.
Not the worst, and look, they're looking to just immediately join back in. It won't be with the Batrider, but have to be very careful here.
Oh, Blink in, the attack to Ravage. Oh, the Blink Dagger, buying a bit of time, cross-press the attack. Sectro doesn't even get the Ravage off. Low skill now has to run away. They lift him up from beyond the cliff. That Aether Lens really coming into good use. And I mean, Hungary, they lose the fight.
I'm really surprised that Hungary didn't commit to that. Tidehunter was on top of 3, didn't Ravage, Dream Coil was used. It felt like it could have been a great fight for them. You're able to isolate someone, and Drist has to be careful here. Could have very easily gotten a duel off.
And there's a death. I mean, this Rubik, I love to buy back. He is really working magic. He is the Grand Magus of Syria. He's constantly finding those pickoffs, and he does have the Chakra magic. That's gonna be able to top his teammates back up in terms of mana. They're TPing top again. This time is to look for that puck. And I think they found it. Phase shift. Yeah, he's not getting out of that.
Nice swashbuckle there by Scorpsmurf, making sure that there was absolutely no way that he was going to be blinking away. I think he might have tried to blink in the wrong direction, so the turn rate ended up costing him his life. But honestly, there's a lot of good spells that you can steal. Chakra Magic is not bad when you've got a Medusa on your team and you're just able to continuously pump him with HP.
And give him that Mystic Snake cooldown. I suppose that's one of the few spells that we didn't pay too much attention to. But now that they put it that way, I mean, this Medusa is going to be happy.
Yeah, it's nearly expired though, so that's the downside to it. Has to be a little careful here. Drow Ranger right on top of the Rubik, and will finally get a kill.
Yeah, he is ruptured, but Triss is nearby. Can always see him back up. Yeah, he does have the Aghanim shard, so free BKB during that press the attack. It feels like so far it didn't really affect the flow of the fight too much, right? That short BKB duration, Syria, they just ignore it. Oh, and they found the Drow. She is out in the open. This Legion Commander cannot reach her in time. Scotsmurf will just roll up high ground looking for this Legion Commander. Toxic is on the case as well. They will finally see her running downhill. Hellfox with a flame break, gets him backwards, just to press the attack. Double flame break charges. Should be enough. Here comes the 3-man Ravage, but is there a follow-up of the Drift? He's just gonna commit the duel. They need a bit more damage. The puck will give him that duel whip before T goes down. Of course, now it's going to be the puck. Phase shift, trying to stay safe. Dragon Soul doing some work. They might be able to get Toxic,
Solar got greedy.
Else on the spell. The Solar. I mean, he not able to do too much. Dragon Soul joins the fight for a triple kill.
I mean, he was just desperately wanting a kill onto even that Bloodseeker, but able to survive for long enough. And, well, they do have Glyph, so they'll be able to turn this back. But, if you're popping the Glyph here, glad that they didn't immediately look to use it. You do need to use it to make sure you're pushing that wave of creeps back. And, when you think about it, if you're going to Glyph when you don't have Ravage, you don't have Dream Coil, what's the point, really?
They're finally going to do it just to get rid of this creep wave. Of course, they have to illuminate. I mean, Cotto can get the job done as well. But we see this pesky Rubik. He is hiding in the tree lines. He's waiting to see if they can catch some of the Hungry. But of course, he's not going to find
travel,
anyone.
Actually.
Is that a boost of travel?
Yeah.
Wow. It's going places for sure. It's boost of travel, blink, and Aether Lens. Find a quickening charm.
They lost it. Have to be careful here. You knew the Drow Ranger was there playing with fire a little bit. Might be trying to bait himself a little bit here. Look, the Batrider's parking himself into the trees on the side. And Rubik's kind of wanting to just say, here I am. Come on, kill me.
There's a scan from both teams. I think Hungary also knows that this could be a setup. Yeah, low skill. He's going to try again. They bring the Colo to the bottom. And maybe Tarande is going to be the bait. Sees both of them. Cross low skill to show himself. The BKB lasso. This Rubik should still go down. And I guess in the end it worked out for Hungary. And now Hellfox, he's going on to the Cotto. Scotsman blinks in. They should be able to at least keep up the light with them. Yeah, Dracy is just too far away. Oh my goodness, gets 4-shotted by this Medusa with a double damage.
Try a bit harder next time.
She is a deadly lady, that's for sure. Still going to be another 15 seconds until that Ravage is available. No glyph this time, double damage. Forcing the buyback on the Keeper of the Light, just to make sure you're not losing a full lane of racks. But let's see what Hellfox is going to be able to do. Might look to use the Firefly, go along the trees on the right-hand side.
Okay, they have the axe for the Gush. Good Dream Qual, just about a bit of time. Medusa does have the Stone Gaze. Do they have any way to keep her in place? Solar Bright, yeah, she just uses the Silver Edge to get out.
But yeah, it just feels a little lackluster, the Ravage right now, unless you've got the perfect setup for it. And well, unfortunately for Team Hungary, it just, I don't know, like now she's got the Satanic, so it makes things even more difficult, picking up the Paladin Sword at the exact same time. How do you kill this Dusa is the big question. I mean, she's really nearly reached level 25 as well, so that Skadi multi-shot is going to be popping off.
With that
might be walking into their own deaths here.
Oh, they see the Rubik. They break it across the grab. The BKB just in time to disable this Drow, but good press the attack. So that lasso is not going to do too much. Now low skill tries to man fight Dragon Soul, but that's not the person you want to fight head on. I mean, it just gets completely obliterated. That's all the spells in the arsenal of Hungary. The buybacks are coming up from Syria. Not really sure if they need it. Either way, 3 kills for Syria.
The hypothermia, it's a cool idea, but I feel like it's something that you buy when you're already winning and you want to win more. Or if you're going up against something like, I don't know, a Huskar or someone that really relies on their HP regeneration. Deuce doesn't really care, you know, Deuce is just constantly throwing out those Mystic Snakes and not really taking any HP as damage, you know? I kind of want to see... I was thinking something worked differently. Like, I know in the post-game when you look at damage received, I'm pretty sure that actually takes the mana into account as well. The only reason I know that is that I was playing a game, a pub recently, and it was against a Dusa that my teammates insisted on going on, despite the fact that she had an Io and a Weaver with Aghanim Scepter backing her up, and she took about 350,000 damage, and it still didn't die. So...
The strength of the Dusa. They found Solar, of course, blinking with the Rolling Thunder. They steal the Dream Qual. That one kind of goes a bit wide. Solar able to blink and jot away with his orb. But Hellfox is on the case. Let's get silenced. Not that it matter too much. Dragon Soul just comes in and picks it up. Of course, support does the work and the carry will reap the reward. But in this case, I think Syria, they are well on their way to end this best of 2 in a flawless fashion.
That's level 25, and they're also going to be rewarded if Dragon Soul decides to check it with Roshan right as you're in front of the pit. Might even look to make a bit more of a play, though. Don't hate that Fortify either, making sure that that creep wave survived so that you can take the tier 2 tower, prevent any kind of buyback and reinforcement play. Should still lose this creep wave, though, with the use of the Gust. Maybe not. That's a little surprising to me, the fact that this creep wave was allowed to get all the way up to here. They're still going to have backdoor disabled. So, yeah, just walks on up. He'll have a good 10 or so seconds where he's able to hit this melee racks.
And even with the Gus and the Gush coupled up with the Illuminate, they still gonna take a lot. That's
a lot of damage. He didn't have Mana Shield on.
Wow! I mean, the armor reduction and some marksmanship crit. That is definitely gonna, you know, catch Syria by surprise.
But where was the Mana Shield?
A bit too comfortable, you know. He took... How much damage did they do also? He took a collective of... Wait, they didn't even show. What in the world?
What do you mean?
Oh, he took...
Drow in one right click did 1,000 damage, and then did 400 damage in the next one. So I assume that was Silver Edge bonus damage plus crit plus marksmanship proc, with the Gush affecting her.
She lost an entire health pool in 2 seconds. That was without Mana Shield.
Mm-hmm.
But that Ravage was definitely worth it.
I mean, if they can take Roche, like they're going for more kills, but I feel like you kind of go Roche here.
They found Toxic.
If you can get a Bloodseeker, it's kind of nice.
Oh, and that's a duel. Yeah, plus 20. Stolen Dream Qual. Now they're in. They discounted Dream Qual, but they lost the Drow. Gonna drag this leader commander into the ground. Hellfox really working magic on this Bat Rider. Of course, Sectro, he does have the Agnes Scepter. Tries to TP in front of a Pangolier. And that is just not happening. They will just bounce him around like a pinata as Sectro. He's pretty much dead. Solar tries to come in and provide assistance. Sectro is still alive. It's gonna take a while, but they finally zap him with the Fate Bolt. And I suppose in Hungary, when we thought they had a chance, Syria comes back. They do get the Bat Rider eventually, but look who's back. It's Dragon Soul. And this time he has a Blink Dagger. He is not playing around. Kills off Tyrande for almost 100 seconds.
And this is one of those instances of like mid to late game decision making that, I mean, it's pretty clear that these guys might not have a singular voice telling them what to do, because that was one of the freest Roshans that I've ever seen, right? Like, the Deucer is dead for 90 seconds. You have your entire team available. What's stopping you from Roshi? And even if he buys back, you bought back on the Deucer, and maybe you can take a team fight around the Roche pit.
That mana shield being an absolute menace. They finally used the glyph, and Dragon Soul, he's going in! Just blinks on top of the LC, and he's dead. 50 seconds. Leader Commander does have to buy back. Drow is coming back to life. This tower is 100% not going to survive as Syria continues to pound on the racks. You can see the Drow is skillless. He's low skill. He's TPing towards the top side. Perhaps trying to look for a pick off. Not sure if you can find one. Perhaps the Rubik. Yeah, capturing the outpost. This should be a free kill. Oh, didn't Gus first. Oh, I love to buy back. Is out of danger. Even lifts up the Drow. They can't even chase him down.
Even just casually pushing out the wave on his way out. Nicely done. Been liking the way that he's playing his Rubik so far. 10, 9, and 12 on I Love to Buy Back.
When you look at the win probability of Dota Plus, 92% in favor of Syria.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So we get a Daedalus for the Drow Ranger. So Daedalus and Silver Edge. She is going all in on that damage. It feels like if this Drow goes down, this game is pretty much over, right? They have to kind of keep her alive for the entirety of the fight.
Now, the one question that I have is, who takes the Ag Shard once it drops here for Radiant? It's not honestly that great for the Deucer. Like, there are very few single target abilities on her.
Rubik, I suppose?
Maybe. Bloodseekers isn't bad either.
Yeah, the health percentage damage, right?
Especially against a Tide Hunter, right? Like, they've had a little trouble dealing with the Tide.
They do give it to the Deucer.
I mean, I guess Solarbind is kind of nice. But, I mean, it's what? Solarbind and Duel. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, Blink Ravish. They catch a Medusa, they come in. They gotta throw all the spells. And look at Driss, he's waiting, but he gets turned into stone by the Stone Gaze. And he is now going to be dragged back into Tyrande. Cardo down for 75 seconds, has to buy back. Both the supports rejoin the fight. That was everything. I mean, they still have the Dream Coil, but without the Ravish, how can they fight this? I mean, low skill, he's going in. They blow out the Bat Rider, they find the Pangolier, low skill kind of hitting the Rubik, but Rubik has a Ghost Scepter, and now low skill just gets obliterated. Not even a factor in that fight, especially when Dragon Soul is around. Just bow down to the Queen. This Medusa just tears through the rank of Hungary.
Yeah, and they don't know it for the Drow Ranger, but she does not have buyback, so this should be the game done and dusted. Even a Puck isn't able to deal with multiple lanes that are all pushed in at once. There's a dieback on Hellfox, but again, probably not going to be enough. Dragon Soul's looking to make an absolute certainty of it. Trying to push that wave out. The Solarbind just gets purged off with the Manta Style.
This is going to
should be
Megas. Yeah. Look at the Atos. Bit of a silence on the Puck. Lift him up, drop him down. He's also ruptured. Yeah, you know, that's blink away. But yeah, I love the he's going for it. Silenced by the... Was that a stolen waiting rift? Yeah, it was. He can't even get out. Killed by your own spell. Of course, Tyrande is the only person left But he's retired. This Cotto kind of stuck in the fountain, a makeshift old folks home for this hero, and that's GG. Hungary cannot take this anymore. They got a kill on the way out, but that's Syria. They still take this 2-0.
Just dropping all the mantles of intelligence as well on the ground, just as a little bit of an offering to be able to end the game, and yeah, kind of like what I was expecting. You know, the Drow Ranger, while it was impressive, certainly some of the damage that Low Skill was able to deal out towards the end of it all, it just felt like you were on a bit of an island, especially when you already had plenty of ways to get on top of you. Most notably, the Pangolier. I felt like there was just a lot more teamwork correctly exhibited there by Team Syria that time around.
And I noticed this is Team Syria's kind of a ritual. When they're winning, when they're stomping, they will always drop that mantle of intelligence. Maybe they know something that we don't. Or perhaps that is the key to mentally break your enemies. No, the chat wheels, they're
already broken. It's done. They won the game.
Yeah. Well, with that, I mean, Team Hungry, do you feel like this is kind of a complete outdraft, or we did talk a bit about the Drow Ranger, right? Maybe the Ursa could have been a better pick. We touched a bit on the Naga Siren, but they ended with the Drow Ranger. So, would the draft would have made a difference if it was not a Drow and an Ursa instead?
I still feel like they were in a bit of a rough spot, right? Because you're against a Bat Rider, which is annoying outside of your Enrage. It means that you can't really fight into a Bat Rider before second Aegis when you've got that Aghanim Shard. So I feel like it just goes back to when they picked up that puck, and then Syria banned out the Phantom Lancer immediately afterwards. I feel like if they had a Phantom Lancer, this game would be completely different.
With that being said, that concludes our second, well, at least our third game on the broadcast today. Syria, they do take a 2-0 over Hungary, and
that means they win their group as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they needed that win. If Hungary went 1-1, I think it would have been the faster of the two teams in the 1-1 that got their victory, that would have moved on. So that's a big deal to get the clean 2-0, to leave it without any shadow of a doubt for Syria to move on to the next stage. So they'll be taking on Great Britain from Group D, I believe. They're the ones that are moving on. And then we've got Azerbaijan and Turkey. They'll also be taking on Georgia from Group B. And Group C is what we're going to be rounding it out with. So Azerbaijan versus Turkey, they're the only ones playing in Group C. So the winner of this next series, or if it goes 1-1, again, the one that wins faster, is going to be the last of the four teams moving on to the playoff stage.
This is for all the marbles. Whoever winner takes it all between Azerbaijan and Turkey. We will head for a short break, and when we come back, we will be covering the entire best of two between these two teams. Don't go anywhere.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
Welcome back to the Global Esports Game 2021 Singapore. This is the open qualifiers for the EU region. I'm Husky alongside Danok. We are going into the final game of the evening between Turkey and Azerbaijan. And we have a very interesting race against time if Azerbaijan wins this. And Danok, you can do the honors. Tell us what is going on.
So basically, like Husky said, this is game number 2. We weren't aware of it, but they did sneakily play game number 1 while we were watching that previous series between Syria and Hungary. So Team Turkey, they won game 1 in 35 minutes and 13 seconds. So the tiebreaker rules is that if these teams go 1-1, one of them has to advance. So whichever team wins faster is the team that moves on forward. So if Azerbaijan are able to win in 35 minutes and 12 seconds or faster, they'll be moving on. If Team Turkey win or lose, but it takes longer than 35 minutes and 14 seconds, then they'll be moving on. So I want to know how that's going to factor into these drafts. Both teams know that match time is the decider. So I'm going to look to see a really aggressive draft, like a Beastmaster, Lycan, Nature's Prophet style draft, maybe, I don't know, a Keeper of the Light or an Undying, just something that's going to enable you to consistently just push forward, push on Azerbaijan. And I am going to want to see some filthy stalling tactics coming out from Team Turkey. You know, you love the Naga Siren. I want to see things like Underlord, Keeper of the Light, things that just are hellish to push into on that high ground. So we'll see if both teams, think with their heads about how they're best going to be able to do this. Azerbaijan have the second pick overall, so they're going to be able to round out the second and third phases of the draft with the last pick. And Team Turkey, they have gone for Radiant as their side of choice, the side that at the moment has a slightly higher win rate overall. But this is it. This is the last game of the group stages before we get to the top 4 in the playoffs. So will it be Team Turkey or Team Azerbaijan joining Great Britain, Syria, and Georgia in tomorrow's playoff stage? Who knows?
Yeah, and because this is kind of the only series in the group, obviously, winner takes it all. Now, I know this is a very far-fetched idea, but what are the odds that Azerbaijan wins this and it is the same time as Team Turkey's as game 1?
You have to just go to a coin flip at that point, right? But I'd say they're pretty low odds. I'm no stats man, so I can't tell you with any confidence of what that might be. But I do feel like, Azerbaijan in game number 1, they went for a Spectre draft. They will not be doing that this time around. I think that'd be silly if they did opt to go for something like that.
And looking back at Turkey's draft, they have this Weaver, Monkey King, Legion Commander, Ember, a very quick, very quick run in your face kind of draft. Obviously, they were able to really beat Azerbaijan down 42-21. Now is this the only way? Is the only way for Azerbaijan to win to play that fast draft? Like what? You mentioned a couple of heroes, right? The Nature's Prophet, the Undying, the Beastmaster, Lycan, those kind of heroes. Other than just the draft, what contributes to a fast game?
Just heroes that can push well, right? I think something like a Luna isn't even that bad, just because, especially if you're deathballing as a team, that Luna Blessing is amazing at being able to just buff up your entire team, allow them to take towers really quickly. What else? A Death Prophet can kind of be okay, but you still have to play around your ultimate a little bit too much for my liking. Leshrac can be quite nice. Hell, even a Tiny, just because of how much extra damage you're doing with the tree grab. It's just these sorts of things that you need to consider as well. And well, you can see from Team Turkey, they're like, "Oh, you need to end quickly, do you? Well, see you later, Beastmaster, because that's not coming."
Yeah, no Beastmaster. Of course, they have to take out the Magnus for a very obvious reason. Tiny getting banned by Azerbaijan. They don't have the first pick, so Tiny is out of the question. And Turkey will bring out the Mars for that first pick.
It's not bad. It's one of those things where you can set up this wall. If they are feeling a little bit panicked or rushed, you can often find yourself out of position a little bit just to walk into an arena of blood or to set yourself up to be blink skewered not blink skewered, well, kind of skewered, but blink speared back into a tower or something like that. Azerbaijan, they're going for the Sven. It's not bad. You are able to push together quite quickly. The IO allows the Sven to reach that critical mass a little bit sooner, so I don't hate it so far. Wyvern is good. It's good at being able to store things out. You can, like, if you're grouping up as a full team, Winter's Curse, fantastic, of course.
I have a feeling that the drafting phase is going to be pretty quick. It's because of that tiebreaker rule. We get the Void Spirit banned by Team Turkey, Azerbaijan. Now, this Sven IO, obviously, you already have the tower hitter. You have the steroids from this IO. Does it make sense if they somehow just throw in that Ogre? I mean, I can expect a Lycan. You give the Sven the Wolf Bite. But what else are we looking at for Azerbaijan?
I think the Lycan is where I would look to go with this. It's a little difficult into the Mars, though. Like, it's one of those heroes where you just toss up the Arena of Blood, and then, it gives yourself a little bit of safety for these supports in particular. So it might be a little bit more challenging. What do I want to see? I mean, Beastmaster was just a fantastic ban in the first phase. I feel like some of these bans coming out from both teams are actually a little targeted because it was a very nice performance coming out from Nizam's Void Spirit in Game 1 for Azerbaijan. They played Merlin on the Mars. He did a decent job as well, so they block-picked it. And, it feels a little bit like that. But, of course, they are still looking to do as much as they can to prevent this stalling tactics. The Terrorize, the Wukong's command can stall things out for a little bit. So I'm not hating these Azerbaijan bans either, but I mean, something like an Underlord is just so cheesy. Even from like the mid lane, you don't need to win the game as Turkey. That's the thing. You just need to stall.
This is like that analogy that we always tell our teammates, right? When they're playing against like an alchemist, you hit a point in the game. If you don't win by then, you're probably going to lose. This is literally that. You are literally going to lose if we go past that time. 35 minutes and 13 seconds. Honestly, in Dota, it doesn't feel that long. Half an hour.
It's not. Like
pretty quickly.
I mean, I think the average game time this patch is something like, and of course TI kind of skewered it to be a little bit longer, just because obviously big stakes, teams playing a little bit more conservatively, but it's around like the 37-minute mark is the average game time these days. So it's a little faster than usual, but certainly nothing out of the realms of possibility.
I guess a Snapfire does contribute to that. The little shredder, some armor reduction for the tower, just allows Sven to knock it down. I mean, they banned the Storm, and the Turkey banned the Storm. Azerbaijan took out the PA. Now Turkey, they showed that one support. What else? There's still plenty of picks, I believe, that can kind of stall out the game, even in that post 4. Or if they want to post 5, I believe that Brimstroke would do fine just to clear out the waves. Disruptor, just not Disruptor, Shadow Demon.
Shadow Demon's okay. Time. I mean, the Wyvern is great because you can, like, it's probably one of the best supports in my mind at buying time, right? Like, you can stick it near a tower in the trees, you can use the Splinter Blast, and then just Arctic Burn and fly away. You're not putting yourself in too much danger, especially if you've got this Sven, Io, Snapfire. None of them are going to catch you. You're going to have to slowly run at them. And, I mean, the more I see this Wyvern pick, the more I love it. I have it as a Grandmaster tier hero, so it's one of my favorite heroes in the game. But B, it's great against the Io Sven combination. You're always going to be able to land the Winter's Curse onto, at least 2 heroes. Like I mentioned, you're great at stalling pushes. And again, they are very... since Azerbaijan need to end the game early, I realized it when I saw the Snapfire, right? It's that armor reduction that came out from the little shredder. I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe they'll do something like TA, where they're able to push forward a lot quicker, something that naturally builds into the Desolator. But then, how do you win a team fight if all of your damage is physical because you've got the Wyvern there with a Cold Embrace? So it's just a really good pick overall.
Perhaps Azerbaijan can consider the Leshrac, just for the Diabolic Edict. A bit of magical damage. You did mention the Prophet. I don't know. I feel like Pang Knight isn't the best hero right now, but if you want some extra tower push, I guess you could throw that hero into the conversation for Azerbaijan.
It's okay, yeah. I mean, if you get a big Winter's Curse onto a bunch of heroes, if Pugna's out of it, you can get the Decrepify off, which is kind of nice, but I feel like he's just way too squishy right now. The Mars will clean him up, the Wyvern can do a good job at that as well. Weaver, the most annoying support in the game right now. Like, there is very little that you can do to try and contest into this. What do I want here? Like, the Nature's Prophet isn't even good anymore, honestly. Like, you can't really save yourself with the Sprout. Ursa can jump out of it. Mars can spear you into your own trees. Wyvern can fly out of it. Weaver can get away. So yeah, they're in a little bit of a tough spot right now. I think the Leshrac is probably the best way to go.
Even the bugs are good at cutting creep waves, right?
Yeah.
It's Weaver Shikuchi's to between two towers, throws out the swarm, and then he just backs off. I mean, again, Team Turkey, what is the mindset going to be like for these two teams? Obviously, for Azerbaijan, you want to win the game as fast as possible. But for Turkey, how are you going to handle this game? What do you tell your team, knowing that there's a tiebreaker rule that is based off of game time?
Just like, don't rush, don't panic, basically, is what I would be saying to my team. Like, if you think there's a play that's a little risky, that's like, 50-50 of turning out in your favor, don't take it. Only take things that are very clearly advantageous for us, like a 70-30. Because, what's going to happen in the worst case? A Venomancer isn't going to get insanely farmed. Like, the Plague Wards can be annoying for sure, but yeah, I think like it's just about patience and trusting that, you've got these heroes that are going to be able to keep things pushed out a little bit. The Wyvern, like I mentioned before, the Weaver is great at doing it as well.
5 seconds.
So we're looking at the mid laner for both teams. Obviously, Turkey, they've already taken out the puck. And kind of the mid laners put on the list. The Storm, perhaps. I think Azerbaijan might want to consider taking out the Storm, right? Just because you have heroes that the Storm can... Oh, wait, it is gone. Okay, I did not notice that. Still Ember, I believe.
Ember.
Yeah, out of the 3 Storm.
I mean, Neon played a fantastic Ember in game number 1, so I would say that Team Turkey are probably leaning a little bit towards that. I still want the TA, though. Yeah, they get rid of the Ember Spirit. So all Spirits gone except for Earth Spirit. Puck is gone. There's a Lina. Lina's pretty decent at being able to shove waves out and fight consistently. You're going to look to build into a Boots of Travel or a Shadow Blade, so be able to play that kind of role. This might even be another Batrider game, right? Where you just look to cut waves consistently. Sven really hates playing into you prior to that BKB just because you can run laps around him basically, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Until he gets the axe, but I mean, Sven.
I think if he's waiting for Ags, time will be up. 35 minutes will be up. Yeah, and they do get rid of the Lina. I like that.
So Azerbaijan, they have that last pick. I mean, if they let the Lesh through, which kind of feels like the best pick right now, at least for Azerbaijan to play fast, Team Turkey can just steal it away, right? Steal the Lesh away. You leave Azerbaijan with practically nothing that knocks down towers.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those instances where you have to play to win, not play to not lose. So I feel like that is their win condition, basically. Like, they'll still have a Death Prophet, which they can go into. It's not as good, of course, but they'll have it, they have some contingency plans. I just feel like Lesh ticks so many boxes for their team that it'd be silly to take it out of the pool themselves.
And now Azerbaijan's fate is kind of in Turkey's hands. Let's see what they ban out, though. They still need to consider a mid laner, and they are the one that bans out the Lash. Okay, I mean, I guess
then what
no
does
one
that
can
leave?
have it now.
Like, what is even able to be picked up from both of these teams? We're going to need to... It's been a bit static, the mid lane meta, would you say?
Yeah.
There hasn't been too many different styles of heroes coming out.
I guess we see like
I think it's
Invoker,
bad.
Kunka.
I want to see a
DP.
Batrider.
Yeah, and we saw a Batrider would be good for Turkey. I mean, definitely not a tower pusher, but it's not what Turkey needs.
They don't need it, yeah.
Yeah. It's super worried for Azerbaijan. I mean, they were the one who banned the Leshrac, but I guess in their mind, since they don't have the first pick, they probably won't get it. if Turkey decides to steal it away. So might as well just prevent that, right? Maybe the
Oh,
Tinker,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, the
we
film.
talked about this Tinker pick.
I mean, it's just stalls. Like, what do? You stand up on your high ground, tier 3s, you don't need to get, like, right in on top of them, and then you just constantly spam out those heat-seeking missiles. Like, as soon as you reach level 12, you can just dish out so much damage, and this is probably one of those games where, you know, Blink Dagger into Aghanim Scepter is, like, the build for Tinker. Wouldn't surprise me to see him go like March of the Machines as soon as it reaches 20 minutes, just so that he can be slowing things down a little further. I mean, it's a Meteor Hammer builder, I guess, but
Yeah.
it's not a tower pusher outside of that. You know, you can be very squishy, especially if you get caught out, and I feel like they've got some decent heroes to be able to catch out. I suppose it's a little bit of save against the Wyvern Curse as well. I'm favoring Team Turkey with this one.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I guess for Azerbaijan, you're looking at this Meteor Hammer, Blink Dagger on OD, and maybe Sven gets a Blink Dagger, and they just try to run down Turkey before they hit critical mass. That kind of feels like the best way for Azerbaijan to approach this, but they kind of have to play the perfect game, right? Like Nizam has to get that Meteor Hammer as early as possible, take that tier 1, and just run with his team.
I wonder if they don't reach that 35-minute timer, if they're just going to GG out as soon as it reaches it.
Yeah, they just GG out. I was thinking
Or
of
if
that
they'll
as
just
well.
say, like, all right, we lose. 5-on-5 mid, let's go.
Yeah. That could be a possibility. Yeah, that was on the back of my mind. Like, what happens? Like, if I'm in Azerbaijan's shoes, maybe I would think of it that way, right? We hit 35 minutes, we realize, guys, we haven't broken the throne yet. That's GG. What if they are pushing the throne, they're knocking the throne down, and there's a glyph, and it stalls out for 5 seconds?
That'd be hype. I want that.
That would hurt for Azerbaijan, but it would definitely make this game the best Dota match ever. Only one way to find out. As we're in the game, the most important game for the players of Azerbaijan, and for Turkey, well, they can just play it slow.
It's just some of these little things, like, this might end up costing them. The OD is going to walk up, he might place his Observer Ward down here, he's dancing around on top of the enemy Observer Ward unknowingly. You might have been able to get, you know, a very nice Observer Ward out for this OD if the Eye was tethered together with him, because it provides that extra movement speed. OD is naturally very fast with 320 base movement speed.
Oh, and they want the
Caught
Ursa.
out here. I don't know if you can kill him.
Don't really have much setup, right? They have the Stormhammer, I guess the W from OD, the Astra Imprisonment is good. In fact, Nizam, he is caught out a laser, some body blocks was sent. And he still gets away. In fact, they're turning back with Stormhammer. That's first blood for the OD. Of course, he's gonna be happy with that for sure.
Alright, not too bad. Even using the salve to make sure that he doesn't have to go all the way back to base. Avalanche has to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, this Venomancer is going to make the Ursa's life a bit miserable with all those poisons and the Snapfire with it. A good mix of magic and physical damage, I suppose, for the Azerbaijan. But do you think this Ursa is going to suffer too much in the bot lane?
I would have much rather see, like, I know the Little Shredder was important for them to be able to try and get that first blood initially, but I feel like for the laning stage, it's kind of griefing them a little bit, because Venomancer has terrible right-click damage, so it's all off the back of his spells, and the more that spells that you're able to get in, the better you are, right? So yeah, I feel like something like Fire Snap Cookie and Scatterblast is so much more effective at that.
I mean, at least for the mid lane matchup, I guess for the OD, he probably is not worried too much. This Tinker would have to eventually go into the jungle, and Nizam with the first blood just puts him 30 seconds closer to his Meteor Hammer. That's going to be his top priority. But what is the best timing for this OD? What, like, if you are if you are in Nizam's shoes right now, what are you going to be looking for? Just pushing down towers, joining a team, or is there like an alternative that you can go for?
I mean, you need to do so much as this mid laner, right? It's great that he's going to be able to get an early-ish Meteor Hammer, but you need to be taking towers, and you need to be killing this Tinker a lot as well. So, I mean, it's not super ideal to go for as a second item, but you might need something like a Blink Dagger just to catch Neon out of place, out of position before he reaches level 12. That's the big weak point for Tinker, is like, level 7 to level 12 is where Tinker is by far the most vulnerable.
I'm gonna try and just kick Sneaky out of lane, but yeah, there's this Weaver. He is being annoying. I guess Merlin not too bothered by it. It's tethered to the Sven. It's kind of a back and forth in the top lane. And Courier does go down, so the Snapfire loses their Courier. Does not have anything, in the inventory at least.
You've got the Ring of Health coming over for the OD now, so that's a nice little bonus. You're always going to be able to use the Essence Flux, if you're lucky, to be able to get back a little bit of your mana. And of course, against a Tinker constantly getting harassed.
Yeah, and Alibaba is doing pretty okay. I mean, Ursa's still leading in terms of farm, as Merlin does get the pull off. So let's give Loom that extra space to work within this with his Sven, making sure that that wave is constantly in their favor. This Weaver though, Weaver is running circles around the IO.
I'm surprised that he didn't commit to that, although he's found the Courier. Maybe.
Oh, that Courier! Oh boy, that's the
pathing.
tango.
So that's the kind of pathing that tilts you. You know, you're like, he saw it, he recognized that it was running into it, he changed the path of it, and then it just walks the wrong way anyway.
And they lose the Venomancer in the bottom lane.
Not what you would expect with the Venomancer that you pick specifically to counter out a Ursa.
Suppose with the Winter Wyvern, you just slow the Venomancer down with the Arctic Bird, right? She has horrendous movement speed, and if Avalanche gets the Earth Shock, then the Venomancer is not going anywhere. Slowly slithering out of the fight, which most of the time probably never happens if you have Ursa sticking onto you.
Be a little careful on the bottom side here, though. Avalanche, he's taken a decent amount of damage. He's going to look to try and man fight because he doesn't really have any other choice. Might be able to get the deny off here on Chef, though.
She's looking for it, gives him a
maybe not,
tango, gets the regen going. The Avalanche is still alive, and yeah, the Venomous skill runs out, and gets a south. So Avalanche still able to stay in lane. They try to kick him out, but he stays regardless.
See, this is the start. This is the build that I normally go when I play Venomancer. It's another one of my favorite heroes. But I recently looked at how a lot of the other pro players play it, and I mean, it makes a lot of sense. But they are all going 2 points into Venomous Gale because it triples the damage that you're doing. So if you can have like triple the damage of a Venomous Gale at level 3, it's kind of nuts. What is that? 75 plus. Quick maths.
About 45, so it's 45 times 5.
Which is what, like 250?
But, yeah, 250. Yeah. No, 200
ish. 225.
ish. 225. Plus the initial.
Which isn't bad.
Almost 300
damage. It's 300 damage. Yeah. That's a lot more than you'll get from Poison Sting. And the thing is, like, as soon as this Ursa reaches level 6, that's just not going to be effective anymore if you want to put more points into it after the fact. So now he's got 2 points in Venomous Gale, and you'll get some decent value out of it, but I would have said that you probably kill that Ursa, or at least force him to be denied if you have 2 points at level 3.
Yeah, still trying to kick him out of lane, and they managed to at least get the Weaver mid. He was attempting to kill off Nizam, but this OD did TP to safety. How are we looking on the Meteor Hammer? It's still almost 1,000 gold away from it, but Sneaky, he can hold his own against this Sven. Everything kind of going the way of Turkey, though there still isn't too much action around the map. I suppose we won't be seeing that until this OD gets that Meteor Hammer and start raining comets on that tier 1 tower. And until then, it's just Turkey trying to farm up as much as they can and survive the lane.
Actually so obnoxious with the Snapfire as well. Nothing that she was doing just then, but she's going to be able to scout out that Invis rune on the bot side. Might be looking to try and get a kill here onto the Tinker. They don't have vision of the fact that he was down here, and well, he's actually just going to TP on out with a Keen Conveyance, but With a little shredder, it doesn't actually draw tower aggro if you're hitting the tower underneath it, or hitting the heroes even.
Here they come. Tinker is top. Good spear on the IO. That's the target you want to go for. A rocket and the laser. Damage is just way too much. So 2 kills for Turkey in this top lane. Of course, Sven IO going down. Bottom lane, they want to go for Chef. There is the cookie, but co-embrace will keep Chef pretty healthy, and it's nothing much that this Venomancer can do. Alibaba is going to give it a shot, but he has to be careful of Avalanche, who is ferociously clawing at his skills. Neon will TP to the bottom lane. Gets some rockets out. That's gonna connect on the Venomancer. They turn their attention onto Darkwave, who gets a
nice
pretty smart cookie. Stopping this Ursa in his tracks, but this rocket not gonna kill off Alibaba. At least he solved himself up, and this IO will keep the Snapfire pretty healthy and topped up as well.
God, I hate this Tinker hero. He's actually going to TP in right on top of the OD, who's got a 1-level advantage, has picked up a 7-minute Meteor Hammer. Not the worst. Has to be a little careful about how long he stays here, though.
Oh, and that's going to be a kill onto Neon. And Wisan, does he get the Shikuchi? Use the magic stick. Still not enough. The Bucks, they're going to be taken out. The cookie misses onto Chef. Not that it matters too much. It's going to be a triple kill for Nizam. Oh, he's going to be happy with that. And
just
the
like that,
begins.
Freshly picked up Meteor Hammer into 800 gold.
So much value. Like, now he's going to be able to start pushing that mid-tier 1.
Well, maybe. Tinker's, he's not TPing quite as far forward this time around, but he's still going to have something to say about that.
Last TP to the bot lane. Weaver to the outpost and Wyvern straight to the tower. Of course, they still want to kick out Alibaba with the Splinter Blast plus Arctic Burn. This Venomancer, he is not moving at all. He is like, what, 289 move speed? Meanwhile, God Strength,
Mars is dead.
of course, Meteor Hammer again, and this Mars is going to be sent back to the base. Is really getting work done across the map.
Oh, I like this as well. The Infused Raindrop's a really underappreciated item, and it provides you with so much additional survivability against the likes of a Tinker. Luckily for Tinker, he doesn't have the Haste Rune still on the OD, otherwise he might have been able to go for another kill. Maybe not, since considering he didn't have the Sanity's Eclipse available, but still. It's always a scary prospect to be able to try and run into this OD, who'll be able to get a stack off, use the Meteor Hammer perhaps on this small camp, get a bunch of neutral items for his team, and then use those to be able to push on forward.
Yeah, Western is casually stealing away the bounty rune. Just Weaver stuff, even as the earn charge. He wants to give it a go and take out Darkwave, but this Snapfire is tanky enough to survive that. This OD,
Not Sorry, go ahead.
Kills, but yeah, I mean, he has 4 kills, obviously. He has the Blink queued up next, so it would take a while until he gets to that dagger. But do you feel like he needs to just keep running around the map? Like, is there a downtime for this OD to even enjoy in this game?
No. And the thing is, like, it's like I was expecting before, right? You need to get kills with this Blink Meteor Hammer. They don't have a ton of stuns right now on Turkey. It's really just the Mars and the Winter's Curse. That's it. So if you're able to catch out one of them, probably the Wyvern in particular, just because he's able to stop a lot of the damage that you're able to do, it's a big deal.
The casual rocket just flying in from the tier 1. Of course, this is going to give Nizam some space to do some damage. The glyph was used early on. As Chef, he is in danger. Encases himself in ice. That should be sufficient to keep him safe as the middle lane continues to get bombarded by the OD Meteor Hammer.
And they've got the siege creep wave here as well, so very important that they actually look to, perhaps put a little bit more importance on defending this.
Yeah, the Tinker is here, and he's starting to really, send out those missiles. That's gonna buy some time, for sure. I mean, that catapult is going to die. One last Meteor Hammer, though. It's gonna bring that tier 1 low enough.
And all the raindrops are gone, so you might think that, okay, well, OD did a decent job of being able to withstand that, but he's going to need to buy another one if he wants to do the same thing in other lanes. But at least you've taken out a lot of that lane control that Turkey had around that mid lane, and he's only 300 gold away from picking up that Blink Dagger. So nice timing's coming out from Nizam here.
Yeah, really doing all the work for the team.
So obnoxious.
spotted out. Or just time lapses to safety. No big deal. That's the Ghost String. Ghost String from the Sven. Of course, without the Blink Dagger, the OD can't really join and provide assistance. But he's gonna try either way. He's making his way towards that top lane. That's where the Tinker is. Just ported in with the Keen Conveyance. They will find this Weaver, but you can't really channel that Meteor Hammer. The Arena from Sneaky just to keep Wissant safe, I suppose. It's gonna force a complete disengage from Azerbaijan.
And then look what Chef is doing. Exactly what I was saying before, right? You're a Wyvern, you just stand inside the trees on the bottom side of the map, and you don't really care. You know, you're just going to be able to continuously shove this lane out without too much of a care in the world. See, now if Neon was a real brother, he would make sure to bottle that Wyvern so that he consistently has the ability to shove out that wave. But he's a mid laner, you know, he's a little bit too focused on himself.
That's exact.
Yeah, and the Sanity's Eclipse expended on this Ursa, who just enrages and got out of that. Still with the mid tier 1 down, and this OD should have a bit more leeway to run around the map. Of course, Alibaba caught by the Bucks and spear into a tree. Was sent with another kill. They bring Nizam in with a relocate. Might have been a bit too late though. Nizam just got the Blink Dagger and it's not in his inventory just yet. So unfortunately, will not be able to get any pick off.
You know, he got the spear off onto either the IO or the OD, which might have left one of them stranded there with the Mars and the Tinker in place, but not going to be the case this time around. And it is going to be the Blink Dagger into the Aghanim Scepter, just the standard Tinker build. And, well, he's past level 7, past level 8, level 9 on the Tinker now as well, so we'll see if he's able to get to that level 12 mark without sustaining too much damage to his experience gain and farm.
Yes. He's not too bothered even though he lost that tier 1. In fact, I mean, Neon is getting a lot of space to work with. Well, they did find the Ursa, but that's not the target and Nizam can kill even with the Sanity's Eclipse. Thanks to Enrage, it's the damage reduction a bit too much for this OD to even numerically comprehend. But Nizam now with the Blink Dagger. Are you looking for the tier 1s in the other lane? It feels like there's no objective in the mid lane, at least for now, right?
Well, there is an objective on the bot side, but that is exactly what Chef has been able to set up for again. You know, the one time he's like, look, I'm tired of my creeps getting taken out by this Wyvern from the trees. I'm going to move on a little bit more forward. I'm going to put my Plague Wards down inside the lane. The second he does that, he's inside of his own creep wave, gets Winter's Cursed, easy connect coming through from the Tinker and the Mars, and quickly bursts him down. This is absolutely not what they were expecting from the Venomancer pick. Ursa got a ton out of the lane, and he's falling way behind on farm. I think he should have emphasized Plague Wards a whole lot more so that you could still be this consistent tower threat and not just have to rely on your spell damage.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of tunnel vision from the Venomancer, right? You want to kick the Ursa out of the lane, but the Winter Wyvern kept him saved. And right now, this Venomancer, it doesn't feel like he has a place in the jungle. That is going to be taken up by the Sven, who will have his experience sapped by the Weaver at the same time. Just this annoying bug that you can't squish.
All right,
they will bring the OD bot.
This is a big deal, right? Because you know Winter's Curse was just used, but then exactly like I was talking about with the Wyvern, like, what do you do against this? Like, he's just gonna fly away into the trees.
Yeah, the Meteor Hammer didn't even get used on the tower. We used the Astral Imprisonment, but that's an easy setup for the spear afterwards. Not used by Sneaky though. He does have the Hood of Defiance, but the Blink Dagger on Neon is gonna make the job way harder for Azerbaijan. Sani is just searching for this OD.
Man, Wyvern is so good at defending towers.
As we will get punished. They have the setup, they have the damage. I mean, not that it matters. The Avalanche just casually walked into Roche Pit and just took the Aegis.
He was so close to being able to get the time lapse off as well. Imagine if that happened. Tinker level check. Nearly level 11.
Yeah, making good progress.
Not as much farm as I might have expected on a Tinker. You are able to take stacks very effectively. Guess they haven't really prioritized that too much inside their own triangle. But still, and it's, well, actually, a bit of a misplay here. Maybe this is one of the heroes that Neon doesn't play quite as often. You know, he is a very high-skilled, high-ranked player, but you know, it might be on the Spirit Heroes, for example, as opposed to a Tinker.
That's definitely a possibility. And Chef, he has been spending the entirety of the game just sitting in this bot lane.
Yep.
Has no reason to move away.
Nope,
Like how
that's his
do
job.
you even push the tower? How do, on Azerbaijan's side, how do you effectively gain access to the tier 1? There's no way to want to do so, right? Unless they commit everything.
You need to kill Wyvern and Tinker first before you can do it, and that's what makes it so difficult. Like, because again, like I was saying before, with the Wyvern, they picked it up at the stage of the draft where they had what? They might kill the Weaver here, but they had a Sven, they had a Snapfire, and they had an Io. How are those heroes going to catch someone in the trees? And then the fact that they bot side Alibaba might die again.
Yeah, go into Winter's
what a
Curse. Yeah, they a good save, but with the Astral Imprisonment. But now they dropped the Mortimer's Kisses, looking for the Tinker who just TPs out. Just TPs out with the King Conveyance. Of course, the Ursa solo kills the Sven. Tinker, yeah, he's just gonna rejoin his team. I mean, this is just peak annoyance level. With that, he's back. They're looking for the OD who astros himself, and
great observer ward, by the way.
Cookie to gain some distance, but Neon just links forward, gets a laser in his face, just zaps them with that. Causes some rocket technology to follow up. Alibaba wants to wriggle around in those trees, but Venomancer is way too slow. The splash damage from the laser gets Neon triple kill. And of course, things are falling apart for Azerbaijan. Turkey leading with a 4,000 net worth lead.
Is level 12. Now it's not 3.5 seconds to rearm, it's only 2. So Tinker's gotten past the hardest part of the game for him, and he's only 500 gold away from picking up his Aghanim Scepter in addition to the Blink. So this game went from hard to almost impossible for Azerbaijan.
Yeah, it seems like they probably won't make the deadline. And they certainly won't be able to, outfight Turkey, at least at this stage of the game. In fact, Nizam is going to be gone out again. They just try to blow him apart. He does Astro himself. It's going to buy a bit of time. Get rid of the bugs and Cookie, of course. But the laser is there with the missile. They drop the arena to catch the Snapfire as well. As Turkey demands to see manager Beatrice for baking bad cookies. There's 2 more kills for Turkey.
I wonder if they'll be able to find the Sven. I don't hate the build. Like, he's gone into a Blink Dagger. He realizes, right, I'm a Sven, I get a ton of farm, but I need to do something with it, particularly in this game, right? If he's able to catch out Tinker or Wyvern and they're able to burst him down really quickly, that can go a huge way towards turning the game in his favor. But, yeah, again, it's the hero, but it's also kind of how Alibaba's been playing this game. Like, he's just accomplishing nothing on this bottom side of the map. He needs to play around the rest of his team. He needs to put a few more points into the Plague Ward. Like, what is an extra point in the Poison Sting gonna do? That's what he leveled up when he reached level 10.
Oh boy. This is what we wanted to see from Azerbaijan, running down the game. And yeah, that's GG.
Oh, that's a rage GG right there. Minus 20 minutes as well. They were able to get it done. And I mean, a big part of it goes back to the drafting that Team Turkey were able to do. Not only picking heroes that were good at delaying things out, and what we saw with the Wyvern and the Tinker, but also, a bit of denial, a bit of bans coming out of the stuff that might have been a bit more successful for Azerbaijan, and notably the Beastmaster.
And I suppose, at one point when we saw the draft, it kind of was pretty clear that Turkey had the upper hand from the get-go, and it really came down to what this OD could do in lane, right? But it's kind of like a 1 against 5 situation, and
he did a good job. Like, Nizam, you couldn't have asked for more from him, honestly.
Yeah, he did his best, but it's just kind of the circumstances that they're in, and obviously Team Turkey playing a marvelous game, 19-7. Not like the kills matter, and not like the time matter at this point, but it's Azerbaijan. They won't be advancing, towards the playoffs tomorrow. It's Team Turkey representing Group C to join Georgia, Great Britain, and I believe Syria.
So they'll be playing Syria. So Turkey will play Syria. Georgia plays Great Britain. Those will be some exciting semi-finals tomorrow at 6 o'clock Singaporean time. And then the winners of both of those matchups go on to the grand final. They're all best of threes. And I believe that'll start at around 10 o'clock Singaporean time to decide which team from the European region ends up joining Mongolia from the Asian and South African region to be the representatives for the GEG World Finals in Singapore in mid to late December.
Yeah, that is going to be something that I believe all of us are looking forward to. When we watched Mongolia play the grand finals, they were just overwhelmingly stronger, right? Because it's, of course, a pro team, Liu Gun, representing the region. But my fingers are crossed for tomorrow with these four teams from EU. They're going to put up a heck of a series. But that concludes day number 2. The group stage have ended, and only the playoffs remain as we have one more day to find out who will represent EU in the grand finals, or at least for the finals in December 17 to 19 at Sentosa World Resort, Singapore.
I have a question for you though, Husky, before we go.
Right.
Who do you think, like if you had to pick now, which of the 4 teams have you got taking it all out?
So we have Georgia, Great Britain, Turkey, and Syria. I kind of feel like Syria is probably the strongest out of all the teams.
Okay, I'm gonna go left field. I'm gonna say Georgia. I've got some faith in them. Sorry, T-Gov, if you're watching. I know he was messaging me on Discord and he was happy to be able to get through the playoffs and he wanted a shout out as well. Well, here it is. You're not gonna win. That's what I'm gonna say.
For me, I'm still looking for that Spirit Breaker. I think everyone looked at Great Britain and they were like, okay, if there's one Spirit Breaker pick, the hero that was ignored at TI10, it would be picked by T-Gov. No, but unfortunately, that was not the case. I believe it was picked by, I forgot who it was picked by. I believe it was by Uzbekistan instead, who did. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. Well, we're going to sign off for the night. You have your money on Georgia. I have it on Syria. We will find out tomorrow if one of us gets it correct. So 50-50 chance either way. So be sure to tune in tomorrow again, same time, 6 p.m. GMT +8 for the playoffs of this EU Open Qualifiers. I'm Husky, he's Danok. We will bid you guys good night and goodbye.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.